In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a fabulous Super Bowl weekend. Thank you for joining me. Nini, congratulations and thank you for helping me reach my goals. I appreciate your support. I'm glad to see you. I hope you guys all had a fabulous Super Bowl weekend. Hey, the real K Fit, Grand Rising to you as well. Let's okay. Um Let me be a little frank this morning. Let me be a little frank this morning. Uh, I notice a lot of people uh who thought that, oh, no one wants to go over there and hear her boring. No one wants to do politics. That is so boring. Now everybody is trying to do what Ronnie Q does once again. And let me be quite frank. It is unimpressive when you come over here and see a clip that Ronnie Q is sharing to her audience and then go on another platform and try to introduce this audience to something that you obviously saw on Ronnie Q's page. Bitch, why don't you just go back to trying to borrow money from CCs and try to get CCs to introduce people who have money to you so you can wallow in other people's money, because it is just so tiresome to hear a broke person sit up and put on fake airs all day, every day, and wallow with the worst people on the internet and beg for flight fare money to vacation with some of the lowest life people on the internet. No one is impressed. You need to really go sit down and rethink your life, because no one is buying the bullshit that you put down every day, bitch. And next time you decide to promote a clip that you found on Ronnie Q page, do like I told Olivia. Cite your source, you sad whore. Okay, so that's all I have to say about that. No one is impressed. Let's get to the Black History news. Let's get out of this ignorance and let's really get into some news. I want to start with Black History. let's get into this. We know that 4547 had the audacity to put out Barack and Michelle Obama's faces on to some apes and pretend like he just really didn't know it was there, and pretend like he thought that a staffer did it because he only wanted you to see the bullshit and lies in the first part of the clip where he was once again lying about the 2020 election being stolen from him. So he's okay with actually telling you that he was trying to give you more lies and propaganda about the 2020 election. So, shouldn't you be concerned? Shouldn't you really be concerned if your president has someone who has access to his the way that he communicate policy, his live social feed? Wouldn't it be concerning if someone could have just go onto his live social and put out anything? Couldn't that a person who has access to his account, couldn't they go out and say, "Hey, we're about to attack Russia. We're about to uh, attack China with nuclear weapons"? Isn't that quite dangerous for someone to be able to just lie social out anything they want to the masses? And we know that this is how this man communicates to the masses. So there are plenty of problems here, but the biggest problem is that this administration is the administration that is trying to remove Black history. And that is the most troubling thing about this administration. Because if you do not know your history, what happens? You are doomed to repeat your history. So let's be real clear. What 4547 did is nothing new. Uh, let's see how he is reliving a old sordid history in the United States, trying to dehumanize Black people. This is a thing that has been done throughout Black history. So, in honor of Black History Month, let me remind you about this. All of my links will be in my description box. This is under Black History.
Have surfaced of a phone conversation nearly a half century ago between President Richard Nixon and future President Ronald Reagan. The recordings were released by the National Archives, and they captured.
After talking with Reagan, Nixon called Secretary of State William Rogers and adopted Reagan's racist language.
He saw these cannibals on television last night, and he explained, we said they were wearing shoes, and he says, here, the United States is going to submit its feet to that.
Later that month, Nixon laughed at these comments from his best friend, Bibi Rebozo.
You know, that reaction on television proves how they ought to be still hanging from the trees by the tail.
Even in 1971, that language would have shocked the general public. President Trump has, of course, come under fire for his racist tweets, but he said yesterday he is the least racist person there is in the world. Nora?
All right, Paula Reed at the White House, thank you.
Okay. I would also be remiss if I didn't remind you about this. Now, this is in Los Angeles. This is a white representative had an adopted Black son, and a Mexican representative had the audacity to call his Black child a monkey. And all of the other Mexican delegates there, they laughed about it, but she was pressured to step down. The other ones who sat there and entertained it are still in office.
What we have heard from the city council members is despicable. It does not encourage unity. It does not encourage collaboration. It encourages hate. It encourages division. And as you see, as all of us are here standing here, we're here in unity. Different groups, different backgrounds, in different areas, but we're here in unity. And that's what we should be preaching to the youth of tomorrow, is unity. We shouldn't be preaching hate or bashing separatist ideals. Like my colleague said, we're calling for a full.
Okay, so do they wonder why black people are not out here supporting them when this is what they are doing in the state representative offices for absolutely no reason, for a child being with his father at a function, being a child, and he's attacked for his race? And many of them have voted for 45, 47, and his policies of being the uh, biggest deporter of people in the United States. So if you do not know your history, you are doomed to repeat it. So let's continue.
Resignation, not a resignation just from the position, but a full resignation of all council members and individuals and affiliates who heard this go on and did not do anything. Because that makes not only Los Angeles look horrible, but it's a ripple effect to all municipalities around California. Let us in, 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 let us in. Look, you scared little piggies. Let us in. Yeah, let us in. False gospel,
You organized the press conference this morning. I noticed the theme through this wasn't just about the racist remarks that these council members made, but also the fact they were engaging in power struggle gerrymandering to disenfranchise black voters. Is that the more egregious thing, in your opinion?
I think it's a combination of both. We see the rhetoric and we see their tactics that have been used throughout this city to keep suppressing the black and brown community, keep dividing the black and brown community. I don't think it's one or the other. I think they're in tandem.
Yeah, they are in tandem. Definitely. I just think it's shocking that they were doing that, because that's a more permanent. I think we kind of always know there's racism in the background. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. But for them to be like plotting about how they control power for the next 10 years is pretty egregious. Do you think that, I know Martinez has now taken a leave of absence, she announced this morning. What do you think is going to happen next?
I will.
So are we going to pretend like when certain groups of people get into office, this is exactly what they do? They set it up where only people of their nationalities are able to have a seat at the table. But you're looking for allies when you are an ally to no one. Let's continue.
Well, we would hope that the next steps from that is permanent resignation. That this leave of absence can be something that can cause her to not come to work and to represent, or to lack of representation for the community which she represents. Our goal is to implant a city council that represents the diversity and the diaspora of so many communities that live here in Los Angeles.
Indeed, in fact.
This link is also in my description box under Black History. This is something that has been going on for quite a long time, not only in white America, but also in Hispanic America. So if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it.
To correct that narrative, I think it's really critical that since we've already talked about the racially insensitive commentary that the Orange County Justice Initiative and others are lifting up and saying that there's a racial insensitivity in the conversation, I want to underscore the importance of what Najee is calling on. And I want to say that my office of the People's Association of Justice Advocates, a national civil rights organization, has issued a letter to Attorney General Rob Bonta. I will make sure that the media gets a copy of that letter that will go to every news desk. And today, the AME Zion Church.
So this is why it's important to understand what effect it has when this administration is clawing back and clawing away your actual civil rights and putting forward through the EEOC and other avenues about discrimination against white people. This is why this is so important. This is why it is important that they are shutting down the Department of Education. The Department of Education is there to ensure that all children going to state schools absolutely have their civil rights represented properly. Without a Department of Education, they can treat your children any type of way. That's the main thing, that the Department of Education is there to ensure every child that is in public education. Okay, so this link is in my description box. Maybe some of you guys didn't know about this, but I just wanted to keep you abreast. This is not anything new. This is a old playbook that this administration is wallowing in. Well, if you don't care, you don't have to be here. I don't think that anyone is forcing you to be here. You're more than welcome to leave if you don't care. Okay, hey, Very Carey, it is good to see you. Okay, so let me share one more thing that I have on that I want to share with you about Black history. Brian Stevenson. If you're not familiar with him, he is doing great work. Let's hear a little bit from him.
Happy to be with you.
Yes, I think that there are people who are made for certain periods in history. And I have to say, it feels like this is a period where you, sir, should be here. And also, this is a city that is made for this moment. We are in Montgomery, Alabama right now. Yeah. First, I want to ask, how are you in this moment? How are you doing, and how are you taking care of yourself?
Well, I'm grateful that we have been preparing for a very long time to engage in this narrative struggle that I think has enveloped this country and actually the globe. I think we're at a moment where the politics of fear and anger are raging. And when people allow themselves to be governed by fear and anger, they start tolerating things they should never tolerate. They start accepting things they should never accept. And we're seeing these kind of shocking things that many of us thought we would never see in a democracy like the United States or in other parts of the world too. And so in some ways, I'm grateful that because of the legal work we do, we had some information coming to us that suggested that we were going to need to start preparing in this way. And so I'm grateful for that. I'm a product of Brown versus Board of Education. I grew up in a community where Black children could not attend the public school, so I started my education in a colored school. And I was raised in a community of adults, almost none of whom had high school degrees, not because they weren't smart or hardworking, but because there were literally no high schools for Black people in our county. And the county was 80% white, 20% Black. If you had a vote, on whether to end racial segregation, we would have lost the vote. But these lawyers had the power to enforce the rule of law, and they forced them to open up those schools. And that's what created the opportunities for me to go to high school and to college and to law school. And it was that intervention. And when I graduated from law school, I wanted to use that same power those lawyers had to protect the disfavored, the marginalized, the excluded. And that's what I've been doing most of my career. But about a decade ago, I began to fear we were moving into this era where there was a retreat from the rule of law. I began to worry a decade ago that we might not be able to win Brown versus Board of Education today. And now, here in 2026, it's very clear to me that it's unlikely that this court that we have would do something that disruptive on behalf of disfavored people. And when we thought about that a decade ago, we realized we were going to have to continue our legal work, but also get outside the courts and start doing this narrative work. And the space we're sitting in and the work that we're doing here in Montgomery is very much a manifestation of a commitment to engage narratively with the history of America, the identity of America, what it means to be free, what it means to advance justice, what it means to create a better future. And I'm just grateful that we're not starting today to try to do something that's going to take decades to achieve. I do feel slightly more prepared for this moment because of what we were experiencing a decade ago. And that is some source of relief in this time that is very unsettling and very unnerving.
So we are going backwards in time. We are absolutely going backwards in time. Unfortunately, that's where we are. So it's imperative that people are willing to put in the work, because to sit on your hands as if our rights cannot be taken away from us. We see every day via executive orders, via national security memorandums, this administration is absolutely taking our rights away. Like I said, at some point, there is going to be something that you want to protest. You have the right as an American citizen to protest, but they are making it quite difficult. They are collecting facial recognition data to put you on a list of domestic terrorists if you want to protest this government. Understand, this is where we are in the United States of America. So if you haven't heard about NSPM7, you may want to familiarize yourself with it, because every fight is not your fight. But you do understand that they are pushing the boundaries of this country beyond the constitutional rights that they have to push this country. And if you are in disagreement, they are making files on American citizens. To predict if you are going to, they're putting predictors up if you are predicted to commit a certain type of crime based on anything that you're protesting, based on anything that you're writing on social media, places that you're going on social media. So understand that we are in a very perilous time in the United States of America. Okay, so let's continue.
Born in Delaware, right? Yeah. We're not talking about growing up in Mississippi or in Florida, experiencing the things that you experience.
I want to move for it.
We're told that they weren't going to be emancipated. And after the Civil War, and so actually the Emancipation Proclamation didn't apply to Delaware. The Emancipation Proclamation signed by President Lincoln in 1863 only applied to the rebelling states of the Confederacy. So the enslaved Black people in Delaware and in Kentucky and Maryland were told that they weren't going to be emancipated. And after the Civil War, those states actually felt like they should be able to continue with slavery because they never rebelled against the U.S. And so there was this deep resentment to emancipation, which manifested in these policies that you're describing, in Jim Crow and segregation in our part of the country. And I think the way I refuse to internalize all of that harm is by just looking at the people who've come before me. You know, I'm the great-grandchild of people who were enslaved, and my great-grandfather had hope. He had a hope of freedom that allowed him to sustain and endure the hardships of slavery. He taught himself to read, learn to read, even though it was against the law for enslaved people to learn to read. And he did that because he believed one day he would be free. And he did that in the 1850s before he knew a civil war would be coming. But that hope that he nurtured, that he gave to his children, my grandmother, that she gave to my mother and my family, was rooted in this idea that you cannot let the experiences that other people subject you to define you. Even though my great-grandfather was enslaved, he believed he deserved to be free. He never thought that he was less than someone else. My foreparents that fled the Deep South because of terror violence never believed that that was just or right. And I think
I'm going to hold it right there. I think that it is unfortunate that many people have not had this instilled in them. The behavior of too many people absolutely says that they don't value themselves. They don't think much of themselves. They don't believe this of themselves. And they carry themselves in a inferior way in the United States of America. After all that we have accomplished, you have people walking in inferiority, not giving a shit about their lives or the lives of their families or the lives or anyone else. So without a struggle, we have digressed to our lower nature, some of us. So it is imperative that we understand that the fight is always on. We cannot just sit back on our laurels and think everything is okay and ignore all the insanity that goes on around us and try to include ourselves in this low vibrational type of rhetoric that goes on that wants to represent itself as Black culture, that is put in the media as Black culture. We must always remember who we are and whom we are. We must always remember that. No one is going to put me in a corner of ignorance. No one is going to put me in that corner. No one is going to take away what my ancestors fought so vigilantly to give me and my generation. And I'm just not going to sit back and let somebody take it away from me as if it never happened. As if this wasn't a valiant fight that our ancestors fought for. See, some of us don't even respect what our ancestors had to go through. That's why you have ignorant people who sit up and tell you that they not voting and voting don't matter. But then when the tides change, they want to have a discussion about politics when they know absolutely nothing about politics. When they want to talk about what's going on with the Epstien files and they title their video the Epi files. The ignorance. Trying to just grab onto a conversation that they are not equipped to have. But it's boring when someone else do it. It's boring when other people do it. No one wants to hear that. The Epi files. Make that make sense. Let's continue.
That has helped me understand my experiences. the 4 million people who were emancipated after the Civil War had every right to want retribution against those who enslaved them, to want revenge, to hate, to hurt. Instead, they chose citizenship. They chose community. They built churches. They built schools. They created families that could be nurtured and strengthened by love. They rejected the option to hate back. They rejected the option to harm back. And they taught that. And that's what I've been taught. And so I refuse to hate people who engage in the politics of hate. I refuse to fear people who engage in the politics of fear and anger. I'm going to insist that there is something better waiting for us. And I do believe that. And I think that's not just true for African Americans. I think it's true for everybody.
Yeah. When you say fear, I mean, that's big because there's a lot of people who are afraid right now and they're worried about what they're going to lose if they speak up.
Absolutely. And I think that's core to the narrative that
I'm going to move forward a little bit. This link is in my description box under Black History. Here, I want to get right here.
And that's the sound of an American oil company hard at work.
Hold on, I got to get through the commercial.
disrespect those who disagree with you. We just are we're going to push back. We're going to try to save everybody from what results when you embrace that world.
That's the sound of an American.
Oh my goodness, I apologize.
Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name.
Obviously, your life has been portrayed by Michael B. Jordan. We all saw Just Mercy. We loved it. We saw you as a lawyer, but your work is in the legal space, but really this narrative space. I just want to catch people up.
Yeah.
If you have not been, the legacy sites, we have the Legacy Museum, the National Memorial for Peace and Justice, the Freedom Monument Sculpture Park. Now we have Elevation that's going to facilitate people coming here and learning. I mean, that is incredible. What I'm struck by when I go to the Legacy Museum, I was just there last night, and I'm looking at this section about lynching, is that, wow, all of my life I've lived in America, and I did not see this many names. I didn't see the testimonies of what it looked like to watch this.
Yeah.
People were lynched for something as simple as knocking on the wrong door.
Yeah.
Wow, look, the past and the present really aren't that far apart. What do you think is just...
They're not that far apart at all. We remember the young black guy who was 16 years old who knocked on the wrong door, and he was shot through the door by a white man who felt that he had the right to shoot this black child through the door. No, it's not far apart at all. But we want to be all inclusive while not having regard for our own lives. We're too busy trying to fit in with other groups that we allow them to use the N-word, because we have nothing instilled in ourselves that will make us respect ourselves, that will never let someone call us or use that word around our elders. But because we're trying to be so inclusive, we have people out here trying to only date certain races of people because they have such disdain for themselves. Let's continue.
Just important about the way the information has been presented, because it feels different from maybe some of the teachings that people have been trying to enact in America, that people, it's just not connecting on the heart level.
Yeah.
How are you all teaching this in a way that you think is breaking through?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that question, and I appreciate that response, because it does reflect what we're trying to achieve. Our sites are narrative spaces. We feel like we're telling an American story. And this really began for me when I went to South Africa and I visited the Apartheid Museum. It's a powerful cultural institution, but they are really trying to get you to understand the harms of apartheid. There are two entrances, one that says white, one that says colored. When you buy a ticket, you get it randomly assigned a ticket, and you have to go through that door.
I took that tour.
Yeah. It's powerful.
It's incredible.
It is. And that experience was really important for me to see because we don't have museums like that in this country. We certainly didn't. I went to Berlin and I saw the Holocaust Memorial and I saw the landscape that's been created in Berlin. That's a city reckoning with the history of the Holocaust. You can't graduate from high school in Germany without demonstrating a detailed knowledge of the Holocaust. There were no Adolf Hitler statues in Berlin. There were no monuments or memorials to the perpetrators of the Holocaust. It was an environment that was pushing the country towards something better. And the villain of the 20th century.
Yet there are memorials. You have your Secretary of Defense renaming military bases after Confederate generals and all of this in the United States. And there are big brouhaha about these Confederate monuments being taken down in the United States, though. But we're supposed to be the greatest country in the world. Let's continue.
It has now become an ally in the 21st century. And when I got back here, it was the absence of anything like that I could point to.
Well, you have Confederate statues instead.
Absolutely. Our iconography is, that iconography is littered across the region. And, instead of teaching people about the harms of this history, we're trying to prevent people from being taught the harms of this history. And so
we're trying to prevent people from understanding the harm. This administration, by far, has actually said that they don't want to make white people feel bad about this part of history. So therefore, not this part needs to be taken out. The actual harm that they put upon Black people must be erased from history in this administration. Make that make sense. Pay attention, people. Pay close attention.
Creating spaces that could take people on a journey that was truth-telling, for me, became a priority. Mm-hmm. We do have a Holocaust Museum in D.C., and I think those institutions have done a better job. But when you go to a museum like that, you're motivated at the end to say, never again can we tolerate this kind of horrific bigotry.
And that's why 4547 has put an ambassador to go through all the museums in the United States and take out artifacts that represent the harm, the utensils, the whips, and all of the horrible things about slavery. So if you take all that out, will you then be able to say, oh, never again? Because you're not going to see all the harm that was done, because we're going to act like we're going to serve pro it, and we're going to make it look like it never happened. That's the danger in this. So therefore, if we pretend like it never happened, well, maybe we can make it happen. There's not going to be a thought process of never again if you don't know it happened in the first place.
But we haven't created those kinds of cultural institutions to make this country say, never again can we tolerate the bigotry of enslavement, of lynching and segregation. And because we haven't made that commitment, as you say, we're seeing new manifestations of these same problems. We're not completely prepared to fight against mob violence, terror violence, demonizing people because of their race and their color, the way we need to be. And that was the motivation for creating these sites. And we are inviting everybody to kind of please make the journey. We think it's something that every American should do, every person who's concerned about how you create a better future after you've experienced inequality and injustice the way we have in this country.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it right there. I hope you guys go over and check out this video. It is linked in my description box under Black History. Hey, Z Sarah. Hey, Linda. I didn't talk about Frank Rice. I did not talk about black and brown. I talked about black. So I don't know why that's you always hear that, but you did not hear that from me. So why would you ask me that question when you did not hear it from me? Hey, Linda G, it is good to see you. Hey, Jill. Okay, let me tell you something. Do not come into my chat being ignorant and disrespectful. Do not come in my chat being ignorant and disrespectful because you will be blocked from my chat. If you want to converse on what the conversation is, you do not have to agree with the conversation. But what you will not do is write disgusting and ignorant shit in my chat. Not asking you, not asking, but the I don't know what you're saying. Oh, you were making a statement. Okay, I thought you were asking a question of me. I apologize. I don't know. I am calm, but if I think you're asking me a crazy question, I'm going to respond to what I thought was a question of me. So, if you're not making a question of me, uh, you know, make sure that you make it clear. Now let's continue. There is something else that okay. Didn't I didn't I just tell you to do not write anything disrespectful in my chat? Didn't I just tell you that? If you're mad about the answer, you wrote a vague question in my chat, and I answered the question that I did not talk about black or brown people, so I didn't know why you were asking me that question. So, what's your problem? I appreciate your subscription, but what is your problem with me answering your question factually? Hit the like button. And if you learn something, help me reach my goals, because those are my only goals that I have. No, you can show me some respect. I answered your question. And if you didn't like the answer to my question, you can unsubscribe and leave, because what I will not do is kiss your ass for you to be a subscriber. Yeah, I am tripping. Okay. I done tripped out. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Okay, this is what I want to share with you as well. You guys know about the black mayors. Uh, there is one black mayor in the whole United States, and not mayor, governor. In all of the United States, there is one black governor, and 4547 it has made sure that he is not invited. He uninvited him. Let me see, to this governors association. Let me see. Let me find it. That's not it. Hold on 1 second. Let me find it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, I have to go back and find it. I thought I had it pulled up already. Hold on. I am going to have to find it again. Well, let's talk about the black farmers while I find the thing about the mayors. This is an update about the black farmers who were turned away from the White House farmers meeting due to DEI. So we do know that the black farmers and the farmers were supposed to be getting some relief after they gave Argentina more than 4 times the relief that they are giving the American farmers. But the black farmers were told that they couldn't even go to the meeting at the White House. You know, the black farmers who have fought the government so hard to get what was taken from them, stolen from them, not dispersed to them in the farm aid that every other farmer got. You know, those farmers who had to fight for equality. Well, they were not allowed to go to the farmers meeting at the White House. They were blocked. Let's get into this. Since we're talking about Black history, this is more of Black history.
A black farmer or black farmers are turned away from the White House farmers meeting due to DEI. That's not the way it's supposed to work. But here it is.
But you know, when I tried to attend the president's farm meeting that he had several weeks ago at the White House, there wasn't one black farmer at the table. As a matter of fact, there wasn't one black person in the room. And they told me I couldn't attend the White House meeting, something about they were moving away from DEI. I'm talking to you from my farm. There's no DEI on my farm. You know, my cattle eat the same amount of hay. My tractor burns the same amount of diesel fuel, and I have to be able to produce a crop here just like everybody else.
I'm sorry, what? There was a farm meeting at the White House. You tried to go. Were you there physically? Did they turn you away at the door? Or
well, the farm community is a very small community. So people were telling me that there was going to be a farm meeting. And I reached out to the White House to attend, and that's the feedback that they get. In fact, they said they were moving away from the black farmer issue. They were moving away from DEI and the small farmer issue, and they were focusing on large-scale white farmers and corporate farmers because they produce the most food, is what this administration said.
Hold on, I apologize. I can't find my link. Oh, there it is. I apologize.
They are moving away from the black farmer issue. Let me tell you first about the black farmer issue. It's rooted in racism, so of course they don't want you to know that. My dad was a black farmer. And my dad explained the story to me when he received, roughly in the early 2000s, he received a settlement check. Dr. Joseph Lowry was involved in their advocacy. It was because the federal government years ago actively discriminated against providing loan subsidies to black farmers in favor of white farmers, the black farmer industry by design. That is the black farmer issue. Permeations of that have continued since. All right, let's put them up. Hell of a thing that this is still happening to black landowners, black farmers. John Boyd, president and founder of the National Black Farmers Association, also said the Trump White House is not inviting black farmers to roundtable farm aid discussions back in December. The Trump administration had announced that American farmers will receive $12 billion in relief aid as they struggle to keep their farms afloat because of Trump's policies, by the way, amid rising costs and a decline in markets. While farmers welcome the economic relief, Black farmers, none of whom were invited to the White House's Monday roundtable, are likely to see little of the benefits, maybe none, due to cultural and historical barriers. As a reminder, Boyd, who represents 150,000 Black farmers nationwide, explained that due to institutional barriers and cultural mistrust of the federal government as a result of decades of racial discrimination, most Black farmers do not report their acreage to the USDA, which is part of the requirement to receive the latest $12 billion in relief. It is not required by law that they report to the USDA. It's not required, okay? But in order to get access to the $12 billion, all of a sudden, the one thing that Black farmers typically do not do is the one thing that is required in order to get the $12 billion. You understand the setup, okay? All right. During a recent national conference with thousands of Black farmers, Boyd said members were instructed to get a farm serial number and report their acreage to the USDA, which was met with pushback. Quote, they were saying, I don't want the government to know all my business, how much I'm planning, what I'm planning, and when I'm planning, and they don't want to help me, Boyd recalled. Quote, I see and feel that argument. I do because I've been there. But also, when there's a pot of money like this, if you're not in that system, if you're not set up, you can't get the money. The longtime civil rights activist told the Griot, quote, they do that on purpose, end quote. Adding, quote, in my professional experience, they do it because they know that that's a way around Black farmers participating. He also says if the farmer can prove that they're farming and prove how much they get, they should get some too. He argued the USDA did not immediately respond to the Griot's request for a comment on the concerns raised by Boyd and Black farmers. Now, many times when there's a rule like this for funding to an industry, especially the number one industry in the world. What's the number one industry in the world? Agriculture. Agriculture is the number one industry on the planet Earth. So usually when you have something this big and you have this barrier, the government provides what's called a cure. You have a cure. What's your cure? Well, the purpose is to document how many acres you have, that you actually do have the capacity to do this. So if you are not officially registered with a certified acreage register, then this is your cure. Because all we want is for the government or us to know how much farmland in relationship to grant funding. There are many ways, according to Mr. Boyd, that can be proven without the Black farmer having to register officially with the federal government. Okay. The $12 billion one-time payment is intended to provide farmers with a much needed economic boost as the markets endure the effects of Donald Trump's global tariffs and foreign trade. The U.S. Department of Agriculture said the federal funds to bridge payments for American farmers impacted by unfair market disruptions would be received by the end of this month. Reflecting on the multi-pronged crisis facing Black farmers specifically, Boyd told the Griot, quote, we shouldn't be losing our farms because of something that this president created through his Trump tariff fiasco. He added, we shouldn't be losing our farms for low crop prices and markets closing up. All of this stuff happened because of the terrorists that this president put in place. It's so sad. It's extreme. It's diabolical, mean-spirited, inhumane, adverse to what the policy is supposed to do. When they say, well, this is for Americans, and then they eliminate black people from the conversation, they're telling you who they believe Americans actually are. Ironically, this is the same thing Dr. King preached about multiple times in multiple venues when he said how the government gave land grants to whites who did not have to pay for them, did not have to earn them, gave it to them through an act, creating immediate generational wealth. Nothing like that ever came to black families, ever. And this is happening again under the auspices of farmland. And black people, once again, are left out of that conversation too. All right, Jackson, thoughts here.
Yeah, as you pointed out, the reality.
Okay, well, let me preface this. This is this latest farm bailout due to the tariff that many farmers were losing their farms. J.D. Vance and his acre traders, the corporate farmer, was taking over a lot of these people who were losing their farms under this administration, being bought up by hedge fund dealers who only want to make money off of these farms, why a lot of farmers have been taking their own lives. All of this type of stuff is going on. And when they finally decide to give the farmers some relief, they wanted to carve out and make sure that black farmers would not be counted once again. And how long have black farmers have to deal with this? This is a report from 2013. This is the same man who was in that first video that I showed you. Let's October 25th, 2013.
Mostly in the South have received payments by now. Thousands of black farmers, mostly in the South, have received payments by now from the $1.2 billion settlement of their discrimination case against federal agricultural officials. But those farmers and others still have questions. Joining us is John Boyd Jr., a fourth-generation farmer and president of the National Black Farmers Association. John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being on the show. We had you on a few months ago talking about the settlement. It had not come through. We talked about why that is. So give us an update. How many have received their payments now?
This man on the picture right here is not John Boyd Jr. He's on the phone. It was the same guy who was much younger, fighting this fight for these many years. These many years, this same man has had to fight to be a fucking farmer in the United States of America.
Roughly nearly 18,000 black farmers in 42 states will receive $50,000 and $12,500 for the taxes that will go to the IRS account. So each farmer will receive a clear check for $50,000 per farmer.
And those who have not yet received payments, and this has been going on for more than a decade, we have to keep in mind, why haven't they?
Well, there was a lot of hurdles that we had to clear, a lot of congressional acts of Congress that we passed into law. And then after that, we had to go through an adjudication process that took a very long time, to look at each one of the cases. Nearly 80,000 black farmers were in the process that said that they were affected by the act of discrimination from USDA.
And just give us a bit of a review of how this case came to be, how the settlement came to be in the first place.
Yes, we've been fighting the government for discriminating or mistreating black farmers and other minority farmers for decades. And we received a partial settlement in 1999. Where roughly 19,000 black farmers received $50,000. and then 80,000 black farmers. Because USDA fought us on discovery and won, they did not notify all of the persons that filed complaints. So therefore, we had to go to Congress again and allow those 80,000 black farmers to take part in the actual lawsuit. And we won that victory in 2008. Then Senator Obama sponsored my bill in Congress that passed into law to allow 80,000 black farmers to have their cases heard based on its merit. And then after they reopened.
So they lost the case, but they were not going to pay all of the black farmers that they denied because their names were on the original lawsuit. So this man had to go back to make sure that all black farmers were paid because all black farmers had faced this discrimination. Even the ones who gave up and felt that it ain't gonna do no good to sue the federal government. These farmers got in their tractors and they drove their tractors actually through the streets of Washington to bring attention to the discrimination that the black farmers were facing. Of course, this for-profit media, they were keeping this on the hush and on the low, and it wasn't being talked about until the streets of Washington, D.C. were filled with tractors driven by these black farmers.
The black farmers case. Then we had to get it funded, and we settled with USDA for $1.25 billion. And the president, after he got elected, signed the bill in December 8th, 2010, that allowed those cases to be heard based on its merit. And from that time, from 2010 to now, the payments are just going out to the farmers.
Are you satisfied with the outcome so far, John?
Well, it's been a very frustrating process, So for me, it's like a bittersweet victory, because it took so long and many farmers died, waiting for justice. I'm not happy about that. But for those farmers that actually been receiving checks over the past couple of weeks, I am very excited about that those farmers have waited for decades. But now reaping some benefits.
And very briefly, you mentioned that some farmers.
Yes.
You mentioned that some farmers have died after their claim before they got to receive the settlement. What happens to the money that was to go to them?
Well, it would be next of kin if that farmer died. So it would be his wife or his children would have to stake that claim and stake daddy's $50,000, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And
so
we're in the process of doing that. And, I was trying to say before earlier that it looks like when black people seek justice, it just takes so much longer,
I understand
it looks like the real justice for black people.
So, the reason why I showed you this story of how the black farmers were excluded from this settlement meeting that they are going to give the farmers due to this president's own fucked up tariff policies. Because if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. So this administration is making sure they claw back any relief for black farmers. Make America Great Again. Isn't that the cheering cry for this administration? Isn't this what they always want to tout about making America great again? And this is what this administration is doing. So they obviously think that it was great to support every farmer except black farmers. But isn't it curious who built America, who tilled America when the black farmers were property? The black farmer didn't have to want for nothing when they were property of massa. But now all of a sudden, no, we cannot support the black farmer. Okay, this link is also in my description box under Black History. These are a couple of Black History notes that I wanted to share with you. Now, let me share with you a black man who has ascended far away from farming. And let's see what 4547 is doing to the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Maryland Governor Wes Moore answered questions about racist Trump post-state redistricting, and more.
Governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, thank you so much for being here this morning, sir. We want to talk about that and other issues, but first I do want to ask you about that racist video President Trump posted portraying former President Barack Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama as monkeys. The president has declined to apologize for the post, instead blaming a staffer for not noticing the images. They did take it down. What's your reaction to the video?
They took it down 12 hours after it was put up. They let it simmer and marinate for 12 hours, half a day. That's not the, this is not the question. I wanted to show how Wes Moore was disinvited to an engagement. Let me get to what I wanted to share with you. I may have
If you're
to
missing
go back.
5 or more teeth, this might be the
Hold
most
on.
important.
I may have to go back. No. Let me share this. Uninvited from the governor's dinner. This is what I want.
Democratic Maryland Governor Wes Moore says that he was uninvited to this year's National Governors Association dinner. Moore, who is the vice chair of the association, says that the move is another example of blatant disrespect and a snub to the spirit of bipartisan federal-state partnership.
It's not lost on me that I'm the only black governor in this country, and I find that to be particularly painful, considering the fact that the president is trying to exclude me from an organization that not only all my peers have asked me to help to lead, but then also a place where I know I belong in.
President Trump already announced the bipartisan meeting between the NGA and the White House would include only Republican governors, but has now blocked Moore and Colorado Governor Jared Polis from the event's dinner as well. We reached out to the White House, who said that many Democrats were invited to the dinner at the White House and others were not. These are White House events, and the president reserves the right to invite whomever he wants.
And there's growing controversy surrounding.
The government reserves the right to invite whomever he wants. You notice he conveniently added another governor, so they couldn't just say he just uninvited a black governor. If you don't care, you don't have to be here. I hate that you think that someone has you chained to this chat. So if you don't care, the simplest thing to do would be to exit out of this chat. You took a whole, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 strokes on your keypad when you could have just taken one and exited the chat if you did not care. So you are taking these 13 strokes on your computer to think that I care that you don't care? To think that I care about someone who would take 13 strokes and instead of taking the one stroke to exit the chat? Do you think I care? Okay. Hit the like button since you're here, though. Okay. Okay. All right, let's continue. What else? I have some more things. Let's talk about how 45, 47. It seems like we know that Ghislaine Maxwell showed up and she pled the fifth throughout the questionings. Now, she said that she would plead the fifth because she had a appeal that was pending, but the Supreme Court did not honor her appeal. So now she has filed a writ of habeas corpus. So now she's saying that she could not answer any questions. She was pleading the fifth. I believe she filed her own writ of habeas corpus. So however, she had the appeal pending when Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General under this administration, flew out to her prison, and she was still under appeal status, waiting for an appeal from the Supreme Court. And she talked to him. She talked to him so much, she talked her way into a Camp Cupcake prison that people who are convicted of the crime she was convicted of are not even allowed to do their time in. She talked so much that she got admitted into a Camp Cupcake prison. But when it came time to be under oath in front of the Congress, she had absolutely nothing to say. Now, if you look around the world, people like Keir Starmer, the prime min- the what is he? I think he's the Prime Minister of the UK. He's not having such a easy time because he appointed Peter Mandelson, a diplomat to the United States. I think he was. I forget what title he had. He was an ambassador to the United States. After having to leave a government over in the UK twice because of his behavior that has gotten him thrown out of government two times prior to this. But Steimer decided to give him a third bite at the apple. And Steimer was well aware of Mandelson's Jeffrey Epstein connections. So when it came up again, when they started dropping these Epstein files, and they heard the depravity of the Mandelson behavior that was revealed in the Epstein file, then Stammer got all stammered and said that, Mandelson, he didn't tell me the truth about, he lied to me, and if I'd have known everything, I wouldn't have never appointed him. So what you're saying is, you knew that he was connected with Jeffrey Epstein, and you didn't investigate and try to figure out how deep their connection was. So it's not your fault that you didn't do diligence when appointing someone as an ambassador. No, it's his fault. He lied to you. So he's supposed to do his own investigation, his own background check. Oh, okay. Okay. So it seems like the UK Parliament is I think, let me see. I think that he may have a chance to stay, but they were actually talking about throwing him out of Parliament. Let's get into this and the hand wringing of it all. Let me share this with you. What law was broken? Are all prior reaction in government materials also broken laws? I don't even understand what you're saying. Okay, please hit the like button. You have to make sense if you really want me to answer your question. Maybe you don't, but let's get into this.
Can the Prime Minister tell us, did the official security vetting he received mentioned Mandelson's ongoing relationship with the pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
So clear.
Prime Minister.
Yes, it did. As a result, various questions were put to him. I intend to disclose to this House all of the national security, prejudice to international relations on one side. I want to make sure this House sees the full documentation, so it will see for itself the extent to which time and time again Mandelson completely misrepresented the extent of his relationship with Epstein and lied throughout the process, including in response to the due diligence.
So Steimer knew. And he wants to blame this on Mandelson. Let me, this is going to be under Steimer. If you want to review this video, please avail yourself over there. I have, I have another video where he goes on to answer a few more questions with his hand shaking uncontrollably to the point where he has to hold his own his one hand down with the other hand. Let me find that. Let me see. Let me find that for you real quick. Because it is something to watch. How come our officials aren't out here having to answer questions like this? Is what I want to know. How come there have been? It has been discovered that 6 co-conspirators have been redacted from the Epstein files. You know, certain Congress people have been allowed to review the unredacted Epstein files and come to find out that there are actually 6 co-conspirators who could have been charged. But 4547's Department of Justice just decided to redact these names so they would not be put out. Now, understand that that is actually against the law. That is against the law that they created to release the Epstein files. You could not delete the names of anyone but the victims. You could not delete names of anyone else to try to save their reputation or any of those things. And that is exactly what this Department of Justice has done. Let me
Does your
let me
home desperately
find
need a facelift?
Steimer
Well, if you can paint a
answering
wall,
a
you
few
can
more
completely
of these
transform it,
questions.
just like this.
In his cell and pronounced dead shortly thereafter.
Hmm.
Today's events are disturbing, and we are.
Let me find that right quick. Let me see. Bill Gates caught. Da 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 da. Maybe it's here. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
But speaking of the Epstien.
Let me share this with you. Yes, here we go. Right here. Okay.
Epstein files. The fallout. But speaking of the Epstein files, the fallout continues. And now a bombshell email that was contained in the batch of files released by the Department of Justice shows some very interesting things, mainly that the disputed photo of Prince Andrew with Virginia Giuffre seems to have been validated by Ghislaine Maxwell in an email she sent to Jeffrey Epstein back in 2015. Now, you'll remember, before any of these files were released, Andrew always denied and said he had no recollection of that photo. In fact, here was him saying that on the record.
I've seen the photograph.
How do you explain that?
I can't. Because I have absolutely no memory of that photograph ever being taken.
How convenient.
He may not have any memory of it being taken, but that seems to directly contradict what has been put out in this new email from Ghislaine Maxwell. So it's not going well for him. The other person who is continuing to feel the heat over the Epstein fallout is Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Questions are now being raised as to how much he knew about Mandelson's relationship with Epstein before he was appointed ambassador to the US. Quite spectacularly, he actually admitted in question time that he did know about their relationship, and he certainly knew that Mandelson spent time at Jeffrey Epstein's apartment while he was being imprisoned for child prostitution offences. So it's not a great look for Starmer. His backbenchers have now rebelled against him, and a bunch of...
So understand that Jeffrey Epstein was jailed earlier. I believe it was sometime after 2012. And his sentence was that he was allowed hours out of jail, that he could mill around and do whatever he wanted to do, and he had to check back in to jail at night. So what she is saying is during this period, while he was actually under this jail sentence, which allowed him to go out for 12 hours a day and do work, that this Mandelson guy was visiting him in his home. And understand that Jeffrey Epstein, in this sentencing, was not sentenced for, he got a sweetheart deal. He was sentenced for soliciting prostitutes. There was nothing in this that dictated that he was having physical relationship with underage girls. So they gave him a sweetheart deal. They didn't put any of the underage girl charges in this deal, and he did not have to do a conventional prison term. And during that time, Mandelson was visiting Epstein while he was lounging at his home when he was supposed to be serving a prison sentence. And understand that these were underage girls as well. Acosta, who later became 45-47's labor secretary, was over the district in Florida that charged Epstein. And how conveniently that he then, after he gave Epstein this sweetheart deal, he became the labor secretary of a president. Let's continue.
Files are going to be released around exactly what Keir Starmer knew in the lead up to appointing him as ambassador. Instead of that going through the Cabinet Office, which no doubt would be more controlled by Keir Starmer and his allies, it's going to be put through an independent committee of MPs. Starmer is under incredible pressure. There is speculation this could actually be the thing that brings down his prime ministership. And here he was in question time in the UK today, and his hands were literally shaking.
Let me reassure the House, the process for deciding what falls into those categories will not be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by government.
So he actually had to hold his hands down to stop.
Let's see that again.
Will not be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by government.
So he actually had to hold his hands down to stop them from shaking. James, it just seems like the fallout from this is continuing. I don't understand. We know Andrew is over. Of course, he denies all the.
Let's see if they review this a little more.
And of course, around the world as well. Not only were 44% of people watching this story closely, 95% of people in Britain are at the very least aware of this story of Peter Mandelson and his connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Like that is, if you went down the street and asked people, like, who's the Prime Minister, not even 95% of people would be able to give you the answer. So this is cutting through terribly in Britain and, of course, around the world as well. Because the defence they're now running is that Mandelson lied about just how close his connections were to Jeffrey Epstein. But how do you, in the knowledge of the fact that he had an association with Epstein, which is becoming clearer by the day that the association was quite close, there's even photographs floating around of Mandelson getting around in Jeffrey Epstein merchandise back in 2009, which is when all of the real scandal was starting to begin, right? So in the knowledge that he had that association, knowing that the US was pursuing this stuff with Epstein and that there was a high likelihood that the Epstein files would be released, he still thought he would appoint him. Now, Mandelson has got away with it for a very long time, and he's floated around in politics for a very long time and was instrumental in the Blair government and you know, he's been able to get away with it for ages, but that time is up. And Starmer should have had the foresight to know that that time was coming, and he didn't, and it will cost him the prime ministership. And how delicious.
So it seems like this will cost Steimer the prime ministership. But what is it going to cost other connected people? Other people who were his best buddies, who we see partying with him, who said that Jeffrey liked them on the younger side. What is it going to cost them? What is it going to cost the DOJ, who is breaking the law and redacting the names of adults who were in Jeffrey Epstein's circle? Okay, so let me share this with you. If it's redacted, how do you know the names? You know the names because I believe it was 8 senators were able to go up and review the unredacted files. Like I said earlier, what they put out were all redacted, and the redactions were illegal redactions because they were not supposed to redact any names of anyone other than the victims of Epstein and the people who he surrounded himself with. But there are I'll let them tell you themselves. How about I let you these senators well, before we get to that, let me tell you what is also going on with Mendelson. And then I'll let the senators tell you themselves what they saw when they went and went through the Epstein files, which were unredacted. That's how they know who the names are. You know, when Cash Patel told you that there were no one else who could be charged? Come to find out, they were 6 co-defendants that
We have some
the
big news right now.
Department
The
of
Epstein files.
that the Department of Justice just redacted their names and did nothing further. And you got Cockeyed Patel sitting up in front of the senators, lying under oath about it. Okay. Epstein falls, grows. UK Prime Minister Chief of Staff resigns.
Fallout is growing fast. More people are resigning or losing their jobs. Today, according to the Washington Post, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom's Chief of Staff, Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, has resigned, effective immediately. He said, quote, "The decision to appoint Peter Mendelsohn was wrong. He has damaged our party, our country, and trust in politics itself. When asked, I advised the Prime Minister to make that appointment, and I take full responsibility for that advice." You have the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff stepping down because of the appointment of Peter Mendelsohn, who was a former ambassador to the United States, had close ties with Jeffrey Epstein, now under criminal investigation. In addition, Jack Lang, the former French Culture and Education Minister, has tendered his resignation from a position that he held as president of the Arab World Institute. This comes after new emails and new documents show financial ties to Epstein. Now, these are all European fallouts, right? Not in the United States just yet. It's pretty interesting to see the difference in the way Europe reacts versus the United States. Spread the word, follow for more. We have some.
Have they no shame? It seems like the U.S. People have no shame. So let's get, since you asked, how do you know the names if the names were redacted? Let's show you how we know the names since the names were redacted. You know, don't trust me. I come with receipts. I always come with the receipts. So this is all of my links that I share with you are in the description box. That last link is under Steimer New. Let's get into what. Let's get into what Senator Massey and what is here we go. Let me share this with you. Since you asked, I am ready. Here we go. Senator Massey and Ro Khanna are addressing what they saw in the unredacted Epstein files. Things that were illegally redacted by the Department of Justice, 4547's Department of Justice.
That bothered me were the names of at least what I saw that bothered me were the names of at least 6 men that have been redacted that are likely incriminated by their inclusion in these files. So that's the first thing that I saw. It took some digging to find them. Then I'll let you talk about what you saw.
Well, and we discussed that. I mean, there are 6 men, some of them with their photographs that have been redacted, and there's no explanation why those people were redacted. And Thomas discovered it through his MIT logic with some of the searches. But, you know, that's really concerning.
There are 6 men. We went in there for 2 hours. There's millions of files, right? And in a couple of hours, we found 6 men whose names have been redacted who are implicated in the way that the files are presented.
What's your message to Pam Bondi after what you saw today?
Need to do a little more work. And we'll see her at the Judiciary Committee here in a couple days.
At the very least, these 6 men, maybe she can make public. I mean, we're happy to provide the information to them, and they should do that.
Are these men U.S. citizens? What fields do they work in? Is it finance? Is it political?
At least one is a U.S. citizen. At least one is a foreigner, and the other 3 or 4 have names. I'm not sure if they're foreign or U.S.
In which field do they work in? Is it finance, banking, political?
One is pretty high up in the foreign government,
and some are there. One of the others is a pretty prominent individual. But I think that the point is that these 6 are just what we found in 2 hours of a review of the files that aren't redacted. The broader
issue is that Kash Patel told you that there were no other co-conspirators. The broader issue is that even Pam Bimbo and Todd Blanche said that there were no other co-conspirators. That's the broader issue.
issue is why so many of the files they're getting are redacted in the first place.
Some bombshell news here. The names of at least 6 men who were likely incriminated in the Epstein file.
Let me see. We're gonna show you the law. Oh, I am also. Let's hear what Todd Blanche says about there being no more people in the Epstein files.
More obvious is that just a week ago, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche came out and said this.
You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files. So just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Well, I mean,
he's the Deputy Attorney General, and he doesn't understand what a question in English means. It means exactly what you know it to mean. Understand that this guy was also 4547's personal lawyer who got this position as the Deputy Attorney General, and he can't understand this question.
they're the men. Just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about?
He never said you said it. He asked you a question if the people are going to find out about the other people who abuse these girls. Wherein is it saying that you said that no, he never said that. So recreating a question and saying something that was never asked of you and trying to act as if you're trying to answer a question that was not posed to you is not going to work, bitch.
Men that abuse these girls. Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Well, I mean,
he don't understand what men who abuse these girls mean. And when we understand that these girls were SA'd when they were underage, but he don't understand the question that the reporter is asking him. And this is your Deputy Attorney General. So do you believe him? Does that make any sense to you? Let's continue.
they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's.
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about.
We said in July. We said in July. If we had any information, we would prosecute them. But now we understand that they did have that information, and there were no prosecutions done. Nobody gives a fuck what you said in July. We give a fuck about why you are redacting names that you weren't supposed to redact. That's what we give a fuck about. Let's continue.
About the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case.
So that was the Deputy Attorney General saying that there were no other co-conspirators.
That is exactly the case. That's why, understand, they are just getting a chance to go over the 3 million documents that were released last week. And understand that Todd Blanche also says there are about 3 million more documents that he doesn't find the need to release at all. So if they're finding, if they've already found 6 names in a cursory review of 3 million documents, what would they find in the 3 million that they are refusing to release? Because in this same press conference, Todd Blanche told you that there were 3 million more that they don't find the need to release. Even though the Epstien law says they must release everything in regards to these Epstein files, including all the notes from the agents and everything. But Todd Blanche said no, he's holding back on 3 million. What are in these 3 million that he's holding back?
And in fact, mocking the very notion that such a thing could even exist, suggesting instead that this sex trafficking ring involving more than 1,000 girls got trafficked nowhere to no one, which is convenient if you're, looking to cover for, say, your former criminal defendant client who may also be implicated in the Epstein files. Just, to pick an example out of nowhere. Of course, thanks to Massey and Ro Khanna, we now know that that's a total lie. But there was already plenty of other evidence that it wasn't true. For example, back in December, an email was released that explicitly mentioned the existence of co-conspirators. The contents of the email read, in part, quote, "Good morning, ASC Redacted is requesting an update on the 10 co-conspirators by close of business today. Can you tell us how many have been located, interviewed, served with grand jury subpoenas? I believe the breakdown was 5 in New York, 1 in North Carolina, 1 in Boston, and 3 in Florida. Please let me know if you need anything from us. Thank you, Redacted, Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Children, Human Trafficking Unit." The response email reads, "Of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida and served grand jury subpoenas. 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, and 1 in Connecticut were located and served. 4 of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. 1 is a wealthy businessman in Ohio. A lead is being sent to CV. The remaining 3 are currently out of pocket. The team, 8 SAs, TFOs, 2 U.S. attorneys."
Strangely enough, there's a wealthy businessman from Ohio who is going to go before the Senate, Lex Wexner. He owned Victoria's Secrets along with many other ventures. He owns a lot of data centers in Ohio. Lex Wexler will be before the Senate. I'm just curious if he's going to use the Ghislaine Maxwell answer to all the question and plead the fifth. But that is coming up, and I will bring it to you as soon as it comes up. But I digress. Let's continue.
Is flying out tonight, tomorrow to various locations in Florida to interview approximately 25 victims. The 1-800-CALL FBI line is up and running. We have received approximately 45 calls, which we are in the process of vetting out. Let me know if you need anything else, Sean. So the theory that there are no other co-conspirators has been on life support for months based on the evidence, which raises the obvious question. Why is the DOJ making sweeping proclamations that no one else is involved when there are emails by prosecutors, who are usually circumspect enough not to admit to the existence of co-conspirators in writing if they don't exist? At some point, the cover-up becomes so apparent that it's hard not to believe that the Department of Justice is working on Epstein's behalf and spitting in the faces of the survivors that they claim to care about. In fact, I asked Congressman Ro Khanna about that exact email and got some pretty interesting news today.
Hey, everybody, it's Mark Kelly. I'm here with John Ossoff here in Georgia because this is this election cycle.
In those emails, they talked about the existence of 10 co-conspirators and grand juries that had been served for those co-conspirators. 3 were in Florida, 1 was in Boston, 1 in New York, 1 in Connecticut. I'm assuming if these prosecutors felt strongly enough to put in writing that these people were co-conspirators in this case, that they didn't do it completely baselessly. And so did you have the opportunity to follow any of those leads based on those previously released emails?
Yes, and that's what we're saying. There's 6 men who are named whose identities have been.
So those are correlated with that email.
They're correlated with that email and similar documents. Now, some of the co-conspirators, again, are women, and my guess is that they've redacted all the women. I'm not saying that all the women are survivors, but there may be some overlap between survivors and co-conspirators. There are maybe other women who were actually guilty who they shouldn't have redacted, but certainly they shouldn't be redacting men. And in just 2 hours, Massey and I identified 6 men with their pictures who they were protecting, a couple of them pretty prominent, and that certainly shouldn't be the case.
And of course, if you want to watch the full interview with Ro Khanna, which I would highly recommend,
go over there and check out Brian Taylor Cohen. His link is in the description box. It is under Redacted Illegally. You will be able to peruse this video. I hope you go over there and check him out. He does great content. I love how you're picking and choosing the laws you want followed. No, I'm reporting on the news. I'm not picking and choosing anything. I am discussing the topics that are in the news. Hit the like and subscribe button while you're here. Since you're here, like and subscribe. I would appreciate it. And if you've learned something new, please feel free to hit the goals. My goals are to expose you to some things that you may not be familiar with. Why don't they just say who? History repeats itself. Remember Watergate. Yeah. The cover-up was worse than the crime. I don't think that the cover-up would be worse than having essaying underage girls, though. I think that that is a heinous, disgusting crime. Okay, let's. Speaking of. Good point. Good point. The reason charges aren't being pursued over the redaction is because the guy in charge, the president, is one of the names redacted. Yet a conservative thinks that the child toucher is telling the truth. Interesting comment. No, Kevin Kelly. What they were saying were there are some women's names in there, and they are not sure if all of the women names were redacted because they were victims. Now there have been some reports that there are women such as Ghislaine Maxwell who are also predators. So that's what he meant. Like, I'm not sure if all of these names redacted were the victims. There could be some women, female predators names who were redacted. So they have to surmise who is whom in the women's name. That's what he's saying. Because we do know that some women are predators as well. We see it every day. We see it in everyday life. Look at the number of women who are essaying their students, their underage students. So we're not pretending that at all. Okay, so just but obvious the obvious redactions of men. I mean, that's obvious. Hey, okay, so speaking of which, It has come out this weekend that there are a lot of questions. Hold on 1 second. There are a lot of questions about this untimely demise of Jeffrey Epstein now. Now, we know that there have been plenty of stories, plenty of conspiracy theories. And think about it. Even Pam Bimbo herself, when she came out with the tape of Jeffrey Epstein's last night on this earth, she said that there was a minute missing in the video because they had been using the tape for since the 90s or something, she said. And there's always a minute missing from the tape. But they're going to get back with you with that missing minute of the tape. Come to find out, there was not only 1 minute missing from the tape, there was over 3 minutes missing from the tape. There have been zoomed in pictures of you being able to see someone in a orange uniform, which is a prison garb, walking up the stairs close to Epstein's room, cell, not room. Now, Pam Bimbo has never came back and showed us this missing minute that she says is missing on every tape every night because they're using the same tape in the New York City penal system. That lie that Pam Bimbo told you, she has never bothered to come back and as promised to give you that 1 minute, which was actually 3 minutes, in which it comes to what it came out later that minute wasn't missing because of a tape. That they have actually found the edit at the time of that missing 3 minutes on, and they could tell you the editor that they actually used to edit out that time. But you would have to believe in conspiracy. Let me see if I'll see if I can find that. But there is something else that has come out about uh, this Epstein death. Come to find out, if you guys didn't know, feel free to hit my goals. It has now been released that the Epstein notice of death that came out, that was written and came out by the Department of the DOJ under Bill Barr's under Bill Barr, the letter that came out announcing his death uh, actually was written the day before Epstein even died. So let me find that information for you, and let's delve into that. How did the DOJ write up an announcement of 45 of Epstein's death prior to him even dying? There was also someone who was unceremoniously fired. The announcement came out that this person who was working for the DOJ was leaving his job, and he came out and said, "No, I'm not leaving my job." And then his job left him. He was fired. Okay. All around surrounding this United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of New York, U.S. Attorney Gregory Berman. Let's get into this announcement of Jeffrey Epstein's death that was written the day before Jeffrey Epstein actually died. Okay. This will be in my description box under death notice. You can peruse this at your leisure. Here we go. Just in case you didn't know this.
And story, but most importantly, of you. So support us if you are able to, breakingpoints.com. If you're just watching this on YouTube, no worries. Please just hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you're listening to this on a podcast, please share an episode with a friend and rate us 5 stars. Really helps other people find the show. All right, let's go ahead and start here with Epstein. There was an ad actually released by many of the Epstein survivors. We're going to go and put it up here on the screen just so you can see some of this in the background, many of them appearing on camera. They're saying on November 19th, 2025, the Epstein Files Act was signed. They cross out the line transparency. They say 3 million files have still not yet been released. They have black, marks over their mouths. They're talking there about one of the largest sex trafficking conspiracies, which has now been unveiled for everybody, and calling for more of the release of the files, holding up pictures of themselves. It highlights, of course, some of the central, most important people in all of this story. But most importantly, I think for all of our purposes, and they're asking there, stand with us. It's time for Attorney General Pam Bondi to tell the truth. Let's continue now down the rabbit hole. As Crystal said, genuinely unbelievable stuff. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen. One of the most stunning documents yet that was uncovered. Great find for whoever was able to see this, because I would not have been able to. They say, couldn't believe this was real, so I double checked the DOJ website. The U.S. Attorney Berman announced Epstein's death with letterhead dated the day before that he was found dead. Bill Barr announced Berman's resignation. Then less than a year later, Berman denied he was resigning and was then removed by Barr on June 20th, 2020. Trump denied any involvement, but it was confirmed later in the reporting that, in fact, Trump who had Berman removed. The rabbit hole is endless. This is from Clint Russell, one of the people who flagged this. And I do think it is genuinely unbelievable. For immediate release, Friday, August 9th, 2019. Now, you could potentially ask for innocent explanations, but the Department of Justice has not released anything as of yet. This information has been public now for 48 hours or so, and you do have to just be like, okay. Look, I feel like I try to keep all my words very carefully. I always say Epstein died. I don't say he was killed. I don't say he committed suicide. It's just one of those open questions. We don't really know what the answer is. We have the video, which was released, of showing another person.
Okay. Excuse me. There is someone, fuck your feelings. If you would like to remain in my chat, you will have to change your name. And I'm quite curious who you are speaking to in this comment that you wrote in my chat that I am going to delete right now. I will delete that comment because I know goddamn well you're not talking to me. And if you would like to chat further in my chat, you will have to change your name. Very Carey, if you see them again with that same name, please help me out. Okay. Thank you, Very Carey. They may have been blocked already.
Going towards the you have, the guards were asleep, the cameras weren't working. There's actually a routine way where the camera resets every single night for some reason. According to the Attorney General, you've got the cellmate, questions. You've got the former guy who...
Now, it was so long ago that I told you about the cellmate before all of this came back up. Let's not forget that Jeffrey Epstein had a cellmate, somebody who was convicted of taking the lives of 3 people. And one night they came in and there was some big brouhaha, and Epstein said the cellmate tried to take his life, and the cellmate was like, I don't know what he's talking about. I woke up and he was just spazzed out and passed out on the floor. Do you guys remember the cellmate? I think he was, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was connected to the mafia. I could be mistaken. I will pull that up while we're watching this. Do you remember Jeffrey Epstein's cellmate? That there was some type of life-altering experience that happened in the cell with the cellmate, where Epstein almost allegedly lost his life, and then the cellmate was taken out of the cell. I guess the brouhaha and the fact that Epstein was, I'm guessing, that the brouhaha and the fact that Epstein was still alive put too many eyes on the cell. And if it happened a second time, wouldn't that have been suspicious? In the words of, what is his name? Umar Johnson. Okay, let's continue.
Who was in the MCC, who's been on our show and is like, sorry, there's no way any of that happened. And so, you would actually be, in my opinion, the most responsible to be like, yeah, he probably was killed. I still don't say it because I don't know it definitively to be true. Then you see something like this, you're like, all right, yeah.
Like,
it's, yeah. I mean, what else do you say?
If it was the only thing, and you didn't go through even the whole list because we'd be here all day.
Right, yeah,
There's
exactly.
the fact that, we never found the noose that was used. What do you mean? He was in a tiny jail cell. What do you mean we never found the noose that he was allegedly hung himself with? Oh, there happens to have been this orange blurry figure that we all pretended, that the Attorney General and Inspector General, that they all pretended didn't exist when they did their report on this. Oh, that's interesting. What's going on with that? And then you have this. I mean, if it was the only thing.
Yeah, right, exactly.
If it was the only thing, you could go, maybe they just got the date wrong. Maybe they just were being a little bit sloppy and they got the date wrong. But when you look at this and you look at everything else, and then, lo and behold, this guy, U.S. Attorney Berman, was fired under very strange and contentious circumstances less than a year later. You just got to look at this and go, it becomes very, very, very hard to believe the official narrative. And of course, 1 million people had plenty of motive to take this guy out. The other thing that we learned, that we talked about before, is that his team was they were looking at, hey, maybe we can cooperate, maybe we can name some names, maybe we can do a deal here. So quite to the contrary of Epstein feeling like, I have no way out and this is it for me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life, which I'm very used to these coddled circumstances. I'm going to spend the rest of my life behind bars.
Hold on. Let's just recognize the ignorance of people in this chat. Let's put their ignorance on full display. Trump administration locked him up in 2019, and it was the Biden DOJ in 2020 that killed him. Okay, so he was killed in 2020, is that what you're saying? Biden did not take office until January 20th of 2021. And Epstein was already dead. So, do you want to continue talking dumb shit? Because there is absolutely no propaganda allowed in my chat. If we can agree to agree, but we are not going to put bullshit, lies, and propaganda in my chat. If you're too dumb, if you are a sycophant, that is not my problem. But what you will not be doing, you will not be writing lies and bullshit in my chat. You see how that works, stupid? Let's continue.
He was still exploring avenues and trying to work it and see what kind of a deal he could make. So I don't know, guys. This is just absolutely wild. The one thing, so this is identical to the official announcement that did ultimately go out from the government, with two exceptions. Number one, the date got updated to the day that he died. Number two, which at this point, I'm like, maybe the conspiracies about him still being alive, maybe that's a possibility. I mean, it's so wild that I literally cannot rule anything out at this point. So the date gets updated. And then the other thing that was added is that he was dead by apparent suicide. Those words got added in. Otherwise, it's identical to what ultimately went out.
Right. So, okay. And remember this, I mean, it's very there's some potential about planning, But the thing is that you look at some of the timing for all of this. The last guard check was on 10:50 p.m. on that Friday night. There was no check until 6 a.m. This is according to the official narrative. So official narrative should be that nobody knew he was dead until some 6 a.m. So it's not even some time zone thing that you could argue. Like if you go back and you check the timeline, again, according to the official timeline, nobody was supposed to know until about 6.
Right.
So if that's the case, then there's no way that you could have drafted it and like you said, also they added the term of parent suicide. We didn't even mention Michael Baden and the autopsy. That's actually that was one of the first things that convinced me, where I was like, oh man, I mean, this is Michael Baden, right? He came out. Yes, I know he's hired by the family, but look, he released his own findings talking about the hyoid bone and the way that it would look if it was a strangulation versus a hanging. Also, we can't put these photos up there because it's too graphic, but you can actually see the photos of the care that was for him after he had been found dead. And you can see the mark on his neck. And, one of the speculations was it a sheet? I'm telling you, I saw the mark. It's not a sheet. Like there's no way that would have left a mark like that. And that's just, maybe I'm wrong. You could send me different ones, if you find something else, but it's just one of those where I think it is just absolutely.
To start a podcast with Riverside, all you need is a concept and a way to record it. Here's how.
Absolutely crazy. Let's go to the next one.
Insane.
We're going to continue in things are getting more unhinged as we go. The government put boxes covered in a sheet inside of a vehicle to trick the media, pretending that it was Epstein's body. It says, due to the large news media presence outside the MCC, a male OCME official called and said he would be arriving at the loading dock with a black vehicle in order to thwart the media and use boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a human body, which was then put into the white vehicle, which the press followed, allowing the black vehicle to depart unnoticed with Epstein's body. So yeah, that's where.
Why all the cloak and dagger?
Right. Yeah.
Why? Why is it such a problem for the media to follow the body? Why is that such an issue? Is this typical procedure?
Exactly.
In high-profile cases that you have.
If he's dead, why do you care about traffic? I mean, I know this sounds insane, but it's true. Like this actually is true. You can go and check the file names for yourself if you want to. And we double checked on some of this. All right, so this is another totally crazy one. Let's put it up here. So as they flag on the same day that they opened a child sex trafficking case against Epstein in 2018, he ordered half a dozen 55-gallon containers full of sulfuric acid to his private island. So what's up with that? And look, again, I'm reading the wire transfer form for to St. Thomas, LSJE, LLC, purpose and description, ×6, 55 drums, sulfuric acid with fuel and insurance charge for transport, materials for conductivity probes, replacement pH and cable -RO plant. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's an explanation. You have private jets all around. I don't know a whole lot about acid and all this other stuff. I have read a decent number of the plans around the island. I know they waste water. Again, I'm not an expert. I'm just saying, like, that's one of those where you put it together and you're like, yeah, it's pretty creepy. It's pretty weird, especially when you have massage rooms with masks, all over the island. You have,
and especially when you have accounts of some of the victims going missing and losing their lives.
Trap doors, as one does. So this is apparently a photo that surfaced where it was some trap door that was there on which apparently opens directly into the ocean. So again, I mean, what are the innocent explanation here? This is where they're dumping waste. This is where they're dumping something, I don't know.
Some sort of maintenance.
Yeah, maintenance, right. Maintenance. If you also own a private island, please email me and tell me.
Maybe it's for the cleanup woman. Just making it easy for the cleanup woman. Just dump those bodies in the ocean. Doom, doom, doom. Maybe it's for the cleanup woman.
about what it's. I'm not familiar about what
Please
it.
tell us about your sulfuric acid and ocean trapdoor needs on your private islands, because we're very curious.
Who
what
among
this
us
could be.
doesn't have ocean trapdoors in our house? I've stayed at some hotels on the beach, not that great, but they don't usually have trapdoor. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe every 5-star resort in the nation on a beach has trapdoors into the sea. Maybe it's certainly possible. Maybe it's a scuba diving thing. Maybe it's a way to access your septic tank, although I guess that wouldn't even make a lot of sense. I'm purely I'm just telling you that these are the facts, and this is what apparently shows up there. So this is presented without comment because I don't have a comment. I don't know why else. I don't know why you would need one.
I mean, you said in our pitch that advertisers get uncomfortable with this. Look, in fairness to them, I get uncomfortable with this too, because it's like, what am I supposed to make of this?
Yeah.
What is a sane and rational, non-hysterical person supposed to make of this? It becomes increasingly difficult to not look at all these emails, the way they talk to each other, all of these weird things surrounding his death. The emails where they're saying, "Oh, did you torture? I love the torture videos, etc." All the code words, and not think that that it is even darker and even more elaborate, and that he was even more powerful than I ever could have imagined. And to your point about putting all the different things together, that you're like, well, that's weird. Well, that's weird. Well, that's weird. Well, you're gonna put it all together. It's really freaking weird. Another piece of that is the way that the government has behaved. Recall, okay, so now supposedly we've gotten all the Epstein files we're going to get, right? According to the government. Now, Thomas Massie, Ro Khanna, and others are continuing to push. Massie's being very aggressive. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But just remember what Kash Patel told you. He told you that he looked at the files and he is convinced without a shadow of a doubt that Epstein killed himself, and that this was proven definitively by the files that Kash Patel looked at. Have we seen those files? What was it that you were looking at that was so persuasive to you that you went out in public and said, nothing to see here, we're moving on? Let's go ahead and remind ourselves exactly what he said. This is A6. Let's play that.
You told me when we last talked, this is 8 months ago when we did an interview at the FBI in Quantico, that you were convinced that Epstein killed himself in jail. Today, 8 months after that, are you still convinced?
Yes.
100%.
Yes, sir. There's no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no. So the information that he have was not limited. The information that he have, they have scrubbed the names. They've redacted the names. So Kakai Patel sat under oath and lied to the senators of the United States. Now, Slippery, I get tired of answering this question. Well, how come Biden did, because Ghislaine Maxwell still had an appeal case, and no prosecution team is going to release all of their information while one of the defendants still has a case pending appeals. You dummies. How many millions times do you have to tell these idiots that nothing was released under Biden because Ghislaine Maxwell still had a appeal sitting before the I think it was the appeal prior to when she appealed the Supreme Court. That's why Biden administration didn't release the files, because there were appeals still pending by the convicted S.A.er Ghislaine Maxwell. Capiche? Let's continue. I don't know if these people are really as dumb as they show themselves to be, or if they put out lies and propaganda, hoping another dummy will pick up on their blatant ignorance of not understanding. Nobody is going to give all of their fucking case wide open because how come Biden didn't do it? There were appeals pending, you stupid. Let's continue.
One. For the information that we have.
In the files.
In the case file.
Am I afraid to stand up to Donald Trump? Please. I have to fight for my sister who relies on Medicare and SNAP.
And you know your sister will starve if Donald Trump has anything to do with it. Oh my goodness, another one. Hold on, I apologize.
So he absolutely killed himself, Sagar, and he didn't traffic anyone, any girl to anyone. That he's convinced.
There is nothing that has been released where you can definitively say he killed himself, which is what Kash Patel said. Kash Patel said he definitively, if anything, like we said, we got the video, we got this thing, we had all of the preponderance of evidence prior, you had all of the holes in the investigation, you had the DOJ, even the DOJ initial report around the sleeping guards and all this. None of that shit made any sense, period. But don't listen to me, listen to Kash in 2020. He's the one who said all of this. And he had his hands on all of this information. And this is all eventually that came up with. On the second part about involving others, I mean, there's nothing that has been a definitive smoking gun, and we should all be honest about that. There are some look, what are the threads that we would all tug on? Oh, I don't know, all these.
The smoking gun is the notes that have been released that Rokana and Massey have discovered, naming 10 co-defenders. That is what is definitive.
Wire transfers to Russia? I don't know. All of these, photos of creepy old.
Okay, so that link is in my description box. I'll go over there and check out Breaking Points. This is under the death notice that I wanted to share that information with you. Now let's move on. Sabby Sabs. Yes, I said Sabby Sabs. Also covered this story on the death notice. I'll go over there and check her out as well. She does a great commentary. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. Let me share her link with you as well. It is always a pleasure to share the information that I have gained, to talk about things that really interest me, and not try to hang on to other people's content and try to pretend like I am the one who is telling you something that you are unaware of. I put the links in the description box. This is under death announcement as well. Let's see how Sabby Sabs cover this story. Let's get into it.
Trump, who wanted Berman removed. The rabbit hole is endless. So it gets weirder. Bill Barr announced Berman's resignation less than a year later. Berman denied he was resigning and was then removed by Barr on June 20th of 2020. Trump denied any involvement, but it was confirmed by later reporting that in fact it was Trump who wanted Berman removed. The rabbit hole is endless. So let's get to the document in question, shall we? Here's a screenshot.
Hold on. I need to go back a little bit because the point of this is that this guy was unceremoniously fired from his job. They made an announcement, much like they made the announcement that Jeffrey Epstein had lost his life to suicide prior to him allegedly actually losing his life to alleged suicide. So let's understand that 4547 said he had nothing to do with Berman losing his job, when it appears that he actually did. So what else in this Berman losing his job, the death announcement coming out a day prior to the death, what else could 45, 47 possibly have his hand on in this whole Epstein? We understand that he barely knew Epstein, but a lot of curious things surrounding Epstein happens around 45, 47 as well.
Shot of it here. This is a draft from the United States Attorney's Office, the Southern District of New York, U.S. Attorney General. You see it says here, Jeffrey Berman, for immediate release. Check the date, Friday, August 9th, 2019. It even has the contact information here. So what does this statement say? Statement of Manhattan U.S. Attorney on the death of defendant Jeffrey Epstein. Manhattan U.S. Attorney General Jeffrey Berman said earlier this morning the Manhattan Correctional Center confirmed that Jeffrey Epstein, who faced charges brought by this office of engaging in sex trafficking of minors, has been found unresponsive in his cell and pronounced dead shortly thereafter. Today's events are disturbing, and we are deeply aware of their potential to present yet another hurdle to giving Epstein's many victims their day in court. To those brave young women who have already come forward, and to the many others who have yet to do so, let me reiterate that we remain committed to standing for you, and our investigation of the conduct charge in the indictment, which included a conspiracy count, remains ongoing. Now, this is 2019, and they told you that this remained ongoing. As we know, that was not the case. Okay. But the important part about this draft right here, and I'm going to show you the final one, is the date. Friday, August 9th, 2019. This was the first draft that Jeffrey Epstein was found unresponsive in his cell. But there's just one problem. Jeffrey Epstein didn't allegedly die on August 9th. He was pronounced dead on August 10th. That was a Saturday. This is the most recent bombshell from the Epstein files that has many people in shock. Now, many of us have said for the longest time that we believe that Jeffrey Epstein was murdered, that he did not unalive himself. And I stood by that for the longest time. And I think many of you did as well. But now you have another piece of evidence that shows you that the U.S. Attorney Office had already drafted correspondence on August the 9th. He was found dead, allegedly, August the 10th. So even if this is the first draft, the date should be the 10th. Now, I know many people may see this and they may say, well, maybe it was just a mistake. Maybe they just happened to get the date wrong. Sometimes people confuse dates. Okay. But the day is also there. The day says Friday. August 10th was Saturday. Let's get to the final draft. Let's show you here. Shout out to Aaron Parnas for sharing this. The final press release sent out on August 10th added the words apparent, we're going to say unaliving because it's YouTube, apparent unaliving in the first sentence. Those words did not appear in the press release dated August 9th. So let's look at the final press release. United States Attorney Office, Southern District of New York. Okay, have it here. The date's right here, Saturday, August 10th. The Manhattan U.S. Attorney General, Jeffrey Berman, said earlier this morning the Manhattan Correctional Center confirmed that Jeffrey Epstein, who faced charges brought by this office of engaging in sex trafficking of minors, had been found unresponsive in his cell and was pronounced dead shortly thereafter, an apparent unaliving.
Hey guys, did you know
Hold
some
on one
drivers
second.
are ditching their car insurance and they're doing this instead?
I apologize.
So this is the final draft. Again, all this is in the Epstein files. So now all of a sudden, it goes from found unresponsive to unaliving. And the dates are different. So they said he died on August 10th. The first draft said August 9th. The first draft did not say that he unalived himself. It just said he was found unresponsive. Let's continue on here. Today's events are disturbing, and we are deeply aware of their potential to present yet another hurdle to give Epstein victims their day in court, to this brave young women, yada, yada. So that's the same verbiage there. And again, that is dated August 10th. So we got a problem, ladies and gentlemen, because you see, now you're starting to see other reasons why they didn't want you to see these files. Like, obviously, of course, the most obvious reason is that they're trying to protect powerful people. But then there's little things like this, right? Which basically shows you one or two things happen. Let's say you still don't think that there was any foul play here. Okay. Then that means that the U.S. Attorney's Office is completely clumsy and reckless, right? Because I could even understand, maybe you made a mistake with the date, the 9th, the 10th, maybe you just got the date wrong. But the day, like you said, Friday, August 9th. Now, all of a sudden, you know, it does not make any sense to me. In the first draft, you said that he was found unresponsive. They didn't say that he unalived himself. And in the final statement, all of a sudden, the day is the 10th, and it says he unalived himself. And then they will point to people and get mad at people for asking questions when it's quite obvious what is happening here. Just more.
Okay. She's reiterating her points. Let me see.
From the U.S. Attorney's Office really does confirm what many of you have believed for a long, long time. This one is the one that is really making people go, holy crap. This is why they didn't want these files released. Obviously, of course, to protect powerful people, but not just that, also to protect what actually happened to Jeffrey Epstein that night in that cell. It is this release here, and it was Clint Russell from Liberty Lock Pod who shared it. He was the first one that I saw that shared this, and I double-checked the files as well, and I can assure you it is there. Couldn't believe this was real, so I double-checked the DOJ site. It's real. U.S. Attorney Berman announced Epstein's death with letterhead dated the day before he was found dead. It gets weirder. Bill Barr announced Berman's resignation less than a year later. Berman denied he was resigning and was then removed by Barr on June 20th of 2020. Trump denied any involvement, but it was confirmed by later reporting that, in fact, it was Trump who wanted Berman removed. The rabbit hole is endless. So
That's the part that I wanted you to hear. This Berman guy who set up the letter a day early, and then they went back and corrected the letter. A year later, he lost his job. 45, 47, of course, came out and made you look at him. I didn't have anything to do with it, only to find out that 45, 47, in fact, was the reason why this guy who put out this death announcement a day early lost his job. Okay, so this link is also in my description box. You can find it under death notice. Now, that's something that I wanted to share with you. Now, I want to share something else with you as well. So if you didn't know that information, that's why I'm here, to talk about things that you may not see in your for-profit media. So let's get into Epstein's cellmate. If you were unaware that Epstein had a cellmate, I reported this earlier. Epstein's cellmate says that 4547 wanted him DEAD as regime caught lying about time of death. So, oh, there's another one. The official narrative about Epstein's death just imploded 14 hours ago. There's a lot of new information about this. Now, I am going to put this link under the same thing, a death notice, Epstein's death notice. You can go over there and peruse this. Go over there and check out Kyle Kalinske. He does great work. The name of his channel is Secular Talk. Let's get into this.
Get into it. So, bombshell after bombshell when it comes to the Epstein stuff. So the Daily Beast says the following. The Epstein cellmate claims that the Trump administration wanted the pervert power broker, quote, dead. Man who shared a cell with Epstein made the explosive claim in a pardon plea obtained by the Daily Beast. That's crazy. That's crazy. So look, my understanding to this point was that, first of all, I always kind of thought he was killed. I don't think he killed himself. He had so much dirt on so many powerful elites, and the powerful elites have every motive in the world to want this guy dead, because the second he starts squealing, the second they start going down. Okay? That's how it works. So we had a lot of people wanted this guy gonzo, and they put him in a cell with a guy who's like a multiple-time murderer, who's like juiced to the gills, by the way. Dude is yoked like a mofo. And that guy apparently had a track record of like fucking up pedophiles. Okay? And so, but this guy comes out and says, oh, for sure the Trump regime wanted him dead. So he knows. He knows. Now, I thought this guy was probably responsible for doing it, right? That's what I thought. And this guy, I don't know if this is like a wink and a nod telling everybody, like, yes, the Trump regime had a back channel to me and told me to off this guy, or if he's just saying what he thinks the Trump regime wants. He was able to put two and two together also potentially and realize, well, that's why they put Epstein with me, because I have a track record of beating up pedophiles. Okay, so here's what they say. Epstein's prison cellmate claims to have evidence that the Trump administration wanted the disgraced financier dead and left him unprotected on purpose, according to a document obtained by the Daily Beast. Nicholas Tartaglione, a quadruple murderer and former police officer, filed a pardon/commutation petition last month in which he claimed that Epstein was deliberately exposed to violence in the hope that he would not survive long enough to stand trial. Prior to Epstein's death on August 10, 2019, which officials ruled a suicide, jail bosses decided that America's most high-profile prisoner should share a cell with an accused mass murderer for reasons that have never been explained. Tartaglione had a reputation for extreme violence and a self-confessed hatred of child sex offenders. Tartaglione, who Epstein told prison guards had tried to kill him 3 weeks before he was found dead, claims it is no coincidence that he was deliberately moved into the same jail as Epstein and placed in the same cell as the convicted child sex offender. Okay, so this is the guy right here. You're telling me they didn't put two and two together? They didn't want this guy to take care of Epstein for them? You're telling me that? Take a look at this guy. You have got to be kidding me. And now he's saying it too. All right, in a 21-page petition obtained by the Daily Beast, Tartaglione says that he believes the Trump administration wanted Epstein dead. A spokesperson for the White House said anyone is able to submit a pardon request, much like everything else the Daily Beast writes. No one should take their garbage seriously. That means you should literally take everything the Daily Beast says seriously, by the way. The fact that they said this means you should take every single thing they say seriously. President Trump is the final decider on all clemency and pardon requests. So this is just absolutely bonkers. That now you have his cellmate go, oh, of course they wanted him dead. Of course they wanted him dead. And so many things don't add up. You guys know that there was an autopsy after the fact, and, basically a famous forensic scientist came out and said, oh, yeah, there were...
Michael Baden. If you guys are not familiar with Michael Baden, he did a show called Autopsy on HBO back in the 90s. Oh, my God. He is such a good... I think they're called forensic path. No, he's I think they're called forensic pathologists. He does excellent work. That's who Epstein's family had to he was unable to autopsy him. I believe he viewed the autopsy, and he said that it did not look like suicide.
There was evidence of homicide and not suicide. So just absolutely wild. Let me give you some more now, too. Federal statement in Epstein files announces his death, but it's dated 1 day before he supposedly killed himself. The document states Epstein was already pronounced dead on August 9th, contradicting the official timeline that marks his death on August 10th. So, look, I got to be honest with you guys. When I first saw this, I did not believe it. Then I looked into it, and they're right. This is exactly what happened. So it says this is United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of New York, U.S. Attorney Jeffrey S. Berman. And it says for immediate release, Friday, August 9th, 2019. And it announces his death. But the official time of death is not August 9th. It's August 10th. So they announced his death before he was dead. There was a federal document announcing his death before he was dead. Come on, man. With this Keystone Cops ass. I mean, this is like the worst cover-up of all time that I've ever seen. All right, let me give you more. On the same exact day, the FBI opened a child sex trafficking case against Epstein in 2018. He ordered half a dozen 55-gallon containers full of sulfuric acid to his private island. It could be a coincidence, but what are the odds? On the same day? Was he tipped off? Gee, I wonder. And then you guys, if you'd like to, you can pause the video here and go through this because this gives you all the documents. This gives you all the stuff, okay? Just absolutely positively insane. And by the way, the more I read, the more the Epstein trap door on his island that led to the ocean, the more that becomes central to my perception of Epstein. What were y'all using that for? What were you using the secret trap door to the ocean on Rape Island for? Right? I mean, I think we know. But when you put two and two together, oh my God. Why was Epstein paying tuition for the children of the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands? The former first lady of the U.S. Virgin Islands sent Epstein multiple tuition invoices. Are these bribes why they turned a blind eye to his many crimes and gave him huge tax breaks? Again, gee, I wonder. So again, you can pause the video if you'd like, and you can go through all of these documents in their totality. Mind-blowing stuff. This is on top of, as we reported and as I've showed you in documents, them talking about your littlest girl was a little naughty last night, saying stuff like that, casual references to torture, casual references to murder. There was one guy who said, gee, I'm so happy I didn't murder anybody last night. Like, excuse you? And the Trump regime has the nerve to come out and say, oh, we're not going after anybody. No, there's no evidence to actually open investigations and try to go after people and arrest them and convict them and lock them up. That is like probably the most disrespectful and insulting thing I've ever heard. Like, you are just...
Okay, so go over there and check out the rest of this video. Now, let's get to the minute or minutes that are missing from the Epstein video. Let's hear Pam Bimbo tell you why there were... she said it was 1 minute due to the overuse of the tapes that they film in the largest city in the United States. Use a film over and over and over and over. Obviously, it must. What was it? A beta tape or a DVD tape? This is why allegedly a minute was missing. So let's see what your sitting attorney general says about this missing minute. And let's find out what a forensic specialist says about the missing minute of the video. This will be in my description box under missing minute.
Be getting a Jeffrey Epstein question at the White House today.
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
On Monday, the DOJ released this video of Epstein's federal jail cell the night the disgraced financier died. But the time code jumps just before midnight. Attorney General Pam Bondi explaining.
And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing.
Together with the video, the DOJ issued an undated and unsigned memo confirming Epstein died by suicide. and that he did not have a client list to traffic underage girls. The statement and the video triggering backlash from normally loyal Trump allies. Right-wing influencer Laura Loomer wants Bondi fired. Alex Jones saying no one is buying this. The DOJ is attempting to debunk conspiracy theories that have swirled since Epstein's death in 2019, spread in part by some administration officials, including now Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino.
That apparently
now former Deputy FBI Director Bongino, who is now once again a podcaster.
170 plus people on his client list may be outed in the coming days.
In February, Bondi was asked on Fox News about a possible client list.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
Bondi responding to that appearance today.
And my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well.
Helping fuel the backlash,
They didn't ask you about a file. They asked you about the client list.
Elon Musk. In June, he alleged President Trump was named in the Epstein files, later deleting the post. The president has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. Tonight, Musk hammering the administration, questioning how it can be trusted. For now, it seems an attempt to put the conspiracies to rest is having the opposite effect. Stephanie Gosk and
let me go here quickly. I think this is the one 6 months ago.
Welcome to Wix Harmony, where you and AI work together
Let me
to
get
build a
past this
unique
commercial.
brand.
This month, the Federal Bureau of Investigation released the primary video used in the investigation of the death of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, described that video on Fox and Friends just weeks before its release.
There's video that when you look at the video, and we will release, that's what's taken a while on this, we are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
We showed this video to multiple video forensics experts.
Understand, now these two cell doors, 46 and the one to the left of 46, those are not his cell doors. His cell is, I hope you can see my pointer. His cell is over here. This right here is a stairwell, and over to that goes to his suite. Why they gave you these two doors to make you understand that there was no one near his room. You would have to go down the stairs to the main floor, across this day room, and go up these stairs right here. And that's where Epstein is housed. And if you pay attention closely, you will see someone in orange actually climb those stairs. So what Bongino tried to tell you. These are not Epstein's doors at all.
Experts who agreed what the FBI and others have said is simply not true.
So you see them walking this guy in orange across the day room floor. That is the way to Epstein's room.
That.
And we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
We showed this video to multiple video forensics experts who agreed what the FBI and others have said is simply not true. That video and other evidence led to the conclusion by the government that Epstein's death on August 10th, 2019 was suicide. An analysis in consultation with video forensic experts suggests multiple inconsistencies between statements from government officials, including Bongino, a report from the Department of Justice's Office of the Inspector General into Epstein's death released in 2023, and the tape itself. These inconsistencies, while not contradicting the conclusion Epstein died by suicide, do introduce questions that the government so far has declined to answer. We'll show you those in a moment. First, let's break this all down. Epstein was held at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Lower Manhattan, in a unit separate from the general population known as the Special Housing Unit, or SHU. The unit has 3 wings, each with 2 levels. Epstein was held in the upstairs L tier of his wing. That tier is accessed by a set of stairs from the central common area. Directly adjacent to those stairs is the officers' station, where on-duty corrections officers spend most of their time. The Inspector General report says several cameras in the unit were streaming a live feed to a remote location in the prison, but no one was watching them. Malfunctioning equipment meant only one camera recorded the general area. That camera captured part of the common area, including the officer's station and a sliver of the staircase leading to Epstein's cell. The footage begins at 7.
How convenient. How convenient is that? All of these cameras that they have, and only one is working, and it captures a sliver of the staircase that leads up to Epstein's room. And thank God it caught a sliver, because you caught a sliver of someone in a orange uniform that they actually use in this prison. God knows who it is. But they made sure that you have the officers' desks, that they're not moving. Well, actually, one officer does get up and move, and they said that they were getting laundry. Whatever. I didn't know officers were responsible for doing laundry. I thought that the inmates did their own laundry.
40 p.m., the night before Epstein's death. You can see staff and inmates moving about, preparing for the nightly lockdown. That's the officer's station in the background. Only 2 employees have been publicly identified. Tova Noel, a corrections officer pulling a double shift that began at 4 p.m., and Michael Thomas, a materials handler who won't arrive until midnight. Epstein is seen for the first and only time on camera at 7:49 p.m. when the Department of Justice said he was escorted to his cell from another wing of the unit. It's important to note here, you don't actually see Epstein ascend the stairwell to his cell block. Remember what Dan Bongino said.
There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
Let's zoom in and play that again in slow motion. Here's the sliver of stairs. Epstein is here with his escort, and they walk off screen. When the FBI released the video, they said anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the common area would have been captured by this footage. But with the primary entrance here, the pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera. For the next hour or so, corrections officers and inmates are seen moving about, preparing for all prisoners to be locked down. At 8:21, another inmate is seen being escorted toward the stairs leading to Epstein's cell area. No movement is detected on the stairs again. By 8:24, all of the inmates appear to have been taken to their cells. Noel told the Inspector General she visited Epstein's cell at about 10 p.m. You can see her head in that direction here, albeit closer to 10:30, but not climb the stairs.
I apologize for the commercial. Oh, come on, commercial.
EVE Online is a vast universe.
The rules require rounds to be made every 30 minutes, but according to the report, this was the only time anyone checked on the inmates that night. There was even a sign printed on orange paper posted on the guard station saying mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein, as per God. This was because of concerns about his risk for suicide. At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noel, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing
you see
up the
that
stairs.
orange going
It's a
up the
rare
stairs?
instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but
How is that Noel? Noel is a prison guard who wears dark clothes. That is not Noel going up these stairs. The guards do not do the laundry for prisoners. This is a motherfucking prison. This is not this is not a freaking all expense paid vacation with Airbnb room service. This is not what this is. Let me go back. Now you see Noelle down here in dark clothing. So why would they want you to believe that she's probably going upstairs with laundry, being in all orange?
8 p.m. The report says someone, probably Noelle, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely. Let's see that zoomed in and in slow motion again. Several of the video forensic experts we spoke with were skeptical about the report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs. Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning. Again, while the video does not contradict that, experts who viewed the video say the limited field of view makes it impossible to definitively conclude that no one used those stairs in that time period. Beyond this, there are other issues our investigation and others have uncovered. At 11:21 p.m. and 34 seconds, a cursor appears briefly on screen, indicating the video may have been recorded with a camera or a screen recording and was not an export of the RAW file. The FBI said it had seized the prison's hard drive 5 days after his death and had released the full RAW footage this month. Two experts told CBS News the video's metadata, which tracks how a file is created and changed, shows it's made from 2 clips stitched together in editing software. Those experts also say the video was edited and saved multiple times. Next up, the now famous missing minute. At 11:57 and 35 seconds, an individual appears on screen from the direction of the main door. It's likely this is Michael Thomas arriving for his midnight shift and replacing the other staff member on duty who'd been working from 4 to midnight. Noelle was starting a second shift of 8 hours. From that point on, only Noelle and Thomas were on duty during the critical window when Epstein is believed to have died. At 11:58 and 58 seconds, the video jumps to midnight, and the aspect ratio of the video changes slightly. Another indication it may have been edited. Zooming in and playing back in slow motion, you can see a slight shift in the shape of the figure standing or sitting around the officer's desk, but otherwise, nothing changes. Attorney General Pam Bondi attributed the missing minute to a nightly reset of the security camera system.
There was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night.
That additional video has not been released, and a government source is alleged to CBS News the FBI and other agencies are in possession of the full, unedited footage. Why the FBI did not release that is unclear, and the agency offered no comment. Importantly, the Inspector General gives no indication there was a minute missing when their team reviewed.
Okay. This link is in my description box. Avail yourself to it. I'm just letting you know that what this administration is doing is gaslighting the public and feeding you a bunch of bullshit. Pam Bimbo said that she, and you heard the deputy director of the FBI, who is now a podcaster once again, Bongino, tell you that you can see everything very clearly on these videos. So you decide. You may not have to decide. Hopefully there will be actually. Hopefully there will actually be some deciding facts that will put all of this to bed. His info was leaked in the file. Someone just found it. Someone just found it. Oh, who is his? He's alive. His Fortnite account has been used days ago. Okay. It's not him paying Fortnite. Okay. Hey, Tony Montana. It is good to see you. Thank you for coming over. So that is the stuff that I had for you on the Epstein file. But I I definitely want to get into some things that we should be paying attention to. The United States appears to be going broke. They 4547 is replacing Jerome Powell. It seems with a sycophant who will drop the interest rates whenever he is told to. Wait a minute. I may have one more thing on the Epstein files. Let's get on Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick, he's the guy who is always laughing at 4547's 4547's jokes. He is the Commerce Secretary, and he is also in the Epstein files. He said that he lived next door to Epstein, and he went to his place one time, and he was disgusted that he offered to show him a massage room, and he had massage tables in his living room, and he thought that he was a creepy guy, and he never talk to him or anything again. Come to find out that not only is Lutnick in the Epstein files, Lutnick's wife is also in the Epstein files, and Lutnick has also gone to the island, Epstein Island. I don't know exactly what this is. They're talking about Howard Lutnick right here. Let's find out together. Because that is the latest on Howard Lutnick. And let's see what they are. This broke 16 minutes ago.
Let's discuss that with the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Congressman Robert Garcia of California. Congressman, it's great to have you here. I first want to get your reaction to what we just heard in that clip from Secretary Lutnick related to his Epstein connections.
Well, Secretary Lutnick has been lying first to the public, so we should be very clear, and we should just look at his comments. Remember, Secretary Lutnick basically said that he had no contact with Jeffrey Epstein post-2005. He said that in an interview just months ago, which we've all probably seen many times now, and that is actually not true. I mean, not only was Commerce Secretary Lutnick, not only did he have this relationship, he apparently went into business with Jeffrey Epstein, or was trying to go into business with Epstein. And so he continues to lie to the American people. And I think the question that we all have is, why are so many people in the president's circle, Secretary Lutnick, former Labor Secretary Acosta, Elon Musk, Steve Bannon, why are so many people in the president's orbit? Why do all arrows point back to this cover-up? Why are we protecting all of these people? And so I think the secretary, one, clearly had a relationship that he lied about. He should resign from his position or he should be fired. We should be very clear about that. And we're committed as Oversight Democrats to ensuring that every person involved that has information about Epstein's crime is held accountable.
Well, all those names you just listed off of people who are at least referenced in the Epstein files be called to testify before your committee?
They should be. Look, we've asked for numerous types of testimonies. Obviously, Republicans, they control which members come in front of the committee because they're in the majority, but we have forced some important subpoenas. And I'll give you one. Les Wexner, for example, he's now being apparently named as one of the co-conspirators. We have suspected that for many weeks and months on the committee.
And let's just be clear, co-conspirators implies some kind of criminality. He has not been accused of anything criminal, but he does show up in these files.
Right. We have suspected that he could, that there's a possibility there that he could have been tied to Epstein's crime. So we've suspected that for many, many months. And now, of course, in some of the documents that we're seeing, their arrows are pointing in that direction. So we want to find out, was Les Wexner involved in crimes? Was he a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein's? Which is why exactly a few weeks ago, we forced a subpoena to get his testimony. He is one of the
You may also note that I told you that Lex Wexner had a guest house on his on the grounds of his Ohio mansion, and when Jeffrey Epstein flew himself into to go to prison, the stay overnight prison. You can be gone all day prison on his first trial. He left the guest house of Lex Wexner where he was residing. This billionaire was residing in Lex Wexner's guest house when he flew himself on his private jet to turn himself into prison. If you didn't remember me telling you about that. Now, let's see what Ludnick had previously said. This shit-eating grin that is always have his tongue wrapped around 47's nutsack, and is always doing these exaggerated laughing at anything that 47 says. That knee-jerk laughing. Let's get into this.
Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said that he and his wife decided around 2005 to cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein. But the latest release shows that there was some correspondence after that, even after Epstein pleaded guilty to sex crimes in 2008. What questions do you have about Lutnick's ties to Epstein, and should he come before Congress and testify?
No, he should just resign.
Lutnick is a liar. I mean, he's a US politician, so would anyone really be surprised by that? But look, in this case, it turns out our Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, lied about something pretty big, and it's associated with the Epstein scandal. So over the weekend, Congressman Thomas Massie, a Republican, stated that Howard Lutnick should step down, and I fully agree, but I think it should go further than that. I think Howard Lutnick should be investigated because he lied to the American people about his relationship or the nature of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and also lied about when he cut off communication with Epstein. Why did he lie? Now, we'll give you all the details in a moment, but first, here's more of what Massie had to say.
I mean, there are 3 people in Great Britain that have resigned in politics. The ambassador from Great Britain to the United States, the prince lost his title for less than what we've seen Howard Lutnick lie about. Look, Howard Lutnick clearly went to the island, if we believe what's in these files. He was in business with Jeffrey Epstein, and this was many years after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, lightly sentenced, but was convicted for sexual crimes. So he's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone.
Unfortunately, this isn't Great Britain. I never thought I would say that, but in all honesty, we've seen a lot more movement with our friends over in the UK, as opposed to what we're seeing here in the US. There have been investigations or calls for investigations into Prince Andrew. There have been calls for investigations when it comes to various US politicians who have been named in the Epstein files, various Silicon Valley executives who have been named in the Epstein files. But nonetheless, Lutnick did lie to us. Lutnick and Epstein were neighbors for many years. That's not indicative of any type of criminality. So that alone doesn't incriminate Lutnick. However, last year, Lutnick stated that in 2005, so that is 3 years before Epstein pleaded guilty to trafficking a minor for sex. In 2005, Lutnick says that Epstein invited himself and his wife to visit his house. So Lutnick and his wife are going to visit Epstein for the first time in his home. They're neighbors. Here's what Lutnick claims happened.
He invites us in, we have coffee in this, and he says, "Do you want a tour?" We said, "Great."
Interesting.
He's got a really big house.
Every room you went into?
He's got, well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide. And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room. And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
Yeah.
And he opens the doors, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room. And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage. Ooh. Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left.
And then they left. Okay. Now, what's super relevant is what Lutnick claims happened after that. Watch.
And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
He's gross.
Because he's gross. Okay, so this Harry liar Lutnick was actually grilled before the Senate. Let's see some of his answers.
If you were a Culver sandwich here, which one would you be and why?
Let's see some of his answers right here. All of these links are in my description box. This one is under Lutnick. This is your 45-47 administration. Billionaire.
Why did the Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012?
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear.
Let's make it clear that he said after the 2005 meeting, he said he was gross, and they had decided that they will never have anything to do with him again. 2005. Let's see how long this relationship lasted.
That I met Jeffrey Epstein when he moved. Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York. Right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall. 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him, and never again. Probably the total, and you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents, there may be 10 emails connecting me with him, probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14-year period. I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had any.
What did he sound like when he just said that? I did not have relationship with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. That's what he put me in the mind of.
Thing to do with that person. Okay?
Secretary Lutnick, I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies.
Okay, and your wife was with you when you first visited his house, and said once you saw the massage chair and he stepped closer to you, you left and said you would never you would never visit him again, and he was gross. Your wife was with you then, so you see how he tried to get out if he had actually gone to the island. Yeah. Oh, my wife was with me. My children and nannies say, okay. So, and that means exactly what? To answer the question, when we were going across the ocean and I had a sandwich, it was a buttercrust sandwich. I believe it was.
I had another couple with, they were there as well with their
Oh,
children, and we had lunch
freaky
on
dicky.
the island. That is true. For an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Oh, and we had lunch on the island. You, who said he was so gross. How come you didn't tell us that you had lunch on the island when you was giving us this story about how gross he was? Hmm. Well, you thought that they were going to redact your name from the Epstein file? Isn't it? Isn't it a wonder how there are 6 unredacted names to this day that were redacted, but Howard Lutnick name hasn't been redacted? Let's hear some more questioning.
With my nannies and my wife all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again.
You do recall why you did it. You if I had lunch, me and my family had lunch with someone who was later accused of heinous crimes, and it was innocent. I didn't have anything to do. I had no knowledge of them being associated with these things. But understand, if I had no knowledge of them being associated with them things, and when it came out that this person that I had lunch with unknowingly, and they were committing these type of things, I would realize. You mean to tell me I had lunch with a edophile, and I was just trying to get him to do business with me, and we just ran across each other because I knew he and I knew Joe Smo, and I just wanted to get closer to him because get some connections with him so I could trade some stock with him because I heard that he was such a great financier. Do you not think I would not know why I had lunch with this person? I'm with my family on vacation, but I found it important enough to have to meet with Jeffrey Epstein. Ciao, bye.
And as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
the only thing.
Oh, God.
I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you realize that, this
Can you describe this staff? Were there any male staff? Were there male and female staff? What ages did these people that you call staff? What ages did they look around? Was there any mature staff there, or were they all on the younger side? The way 4547 says Epstein likes his women on the younger side. Let's get into who you saw that you are calling staff. What is the oldest profession in the world? Isn't that hooking? Isn't hooking the oldest profession in the world? So could that be considered staff on Epstein Island? I don't know. I'm asking questions, Howard. We want to know. Now, somebody in the chat is asking a question, and I'm curious as to why you're asking. Who is Maureen Comey? That is James Comey's daughter. She is the one who successfully prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell, who has all the information about the Ghislaine Maxwell case. But instead of the DOJ sending Maureen Comey to question her, they sent Todd Blanche. Who is Todd Blanche? He's the second in command at the Department of Justice, and he was formerly a 4547 personal lawyer who did not handle Ghislaine Maxwell case. Maureen Comey handled Maxwell case. So instead of sending her to ask any questions to glean if Ghislaine Maxwell was telling the truth, because Maureen Comey, who knew and prosecuted the case and knew the ins and outs of the case, it seems like Maureen Comey would have been the person that since they wanted more information from Maxwell, it seems like Maureen Comey would have been the person they have sent instead of 4547's personal attorney prior to being put back in the White House. But you know why they didn't send Maureen Comey to question Ghislaine Maxwell? You know, the questioning that got her this sweetheart deal in a cupcake prison? Because they fired Maureen Comey. And then they tried to put her father up on charges, this Department of Justice. So we entrusted 4547 former attorney to go in and check and question Maxwell, and he didn't even try the case and didn't even know anything about the case. But what he did know is the results that he wanted to get from Maxwell after going in and questioning her personally as 4547's former attorney, in my opinion. Okay. Any questions? You'd rather watch The Lion Kings with your children. In watching The Lion King with your children, please understand. No matter how Caroline Leavitt came out and said that it was an ode to the Lion King, where 4547 put out Michelle Obama and Barack Obama as apes, and Caroline Leavitt came out and said that that was an ode to the Lion King. There are no apes in the Lion King. Would he just ask their ages and not illegal to just hire women? Who said it was? I don't recall anyone saying that it was. I don't recall that happening. Let's continue.
Visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution of a minor. And yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in
2012? In 2012, after you knew he was convicted of this, it was innocent. We were just jetting across the ocean, and another family, our children. I did have lunch with him. But I can't tell you the circumstances of the lunch. I can't say. I can't remember.
Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, that's there's nothing to that. Is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And what I found was...
Listen, why would you be looking through millions of documents for your name? Isn't that peculiar? If you said that he was so gross in 2005, was it? Or 8? So why would you be looking furiously through millions of documents in the Epstein files for your name? If I knew I had nothing to do with Epstein, I would not be perusing millions of files for my name and to see where my name may or may not show up. I wouldn't do that. That's consciousness of guilt, is what this is. Let's continue. Not necessarily guilt that he had anything to do with untoward things happening to female or female minors, but consciousness of guilt that your name is absolutely in the files after you said that you had nothing else to do with him in 2008 because you found him gross. The fact that you were looking for your name in the files because you knew your name very well could be in the file because you still continue contact with him after his conviction, after you knew exactly who he was, after you were positive that he was gross, not beyond just meeting him and seeing a massage table in a room next to his living room. No, because he had been convicted of a crime.
There was a document that says that I had a meeting with him on in May, I think, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right. There's also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me.
No
as far as I
interaction at
know.
all with him on that?
No, as far as I know, no.
Would you, Mr. Secretary, be willing to ensure that the file is complete to share with this committee and the Congress your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein?
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide.
You haven't thought about that?
No.
Well, think about it now. Think about it now.
Let this small device sit in your home to generate clean,
let's think about
free
it
energy
right now.
and never worry about.
Good morning. The committee will come to order. Secretary Lutnick, thank you for accepting our invitation to join us today to discuss the Department of Commerce's broadband deployment efforts, including the implementation of the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment, or BEAD program.
I don't
4
want
years
to
ago,
see. I want to see the Epstein file.
Or projections. It's about
Oh,
outcomes.
he's talking about.
Americans are getting.
Let me see.
It was so slow coming out of the last administration that when you all then
Look at it and get together with your office and discuss it.
No, I don't want to see that. Let's go back.
You. And I really would like to see for what we're
Let's
now
go
doing
back.
FY26. I think I'm not sure where the disconnect is.
Mm-hmm.
The president talks about wanting to have manufacturing. I've done a made in America, made in Oregon.
I guess that's it.
Of my
I
state,
guess
done a
that's
number of
it
times
for his questioning. Let me see if I can find any more.
Secretary Lutnick, as I said in my opening statement, you led people to believe that
Let me see. 1 second. Oh, there's more. Let's find a couple of more questions.
Chips. It designs chips.
I know.
Right, and they are primarily made in Taiwan. There's a grant process that.
I don't want to see this.
When the Census Bureau defines poverty, they do it by income.
Oh,
You're aware of
God.
that.
Oh, God. Bear with me, please. Bear with me, please. Let's go right here. This is under Lutnick.
Hello, everybody. David Schuster here. A member of Donald Trump's cabinet has now been snagged in the Jeffrey Epstein files. The latest documents released show that Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick socialized and did business with Epstein and lied about it. And now even Republicans are demanding Lutnick's firing.
he's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign.
Lutnick lived next door to Epstein in Manhattan for 10 years, but as recently as last October, Lutnick insisted he cut off all ties with Epstein in 2005, 3 years before Epstein was first convicted of sex trafficking.
I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I was.
You were there in 2012 for lunch. You brought your whole wife and your children. You brought your children around this person. That shows how corrupt your mind is, that you even brought your children around this person because you wanted access. You wanted access to who this person presented to be. So,
going because he's gross.
Lutnick described getting invited to Epstein's mansion next door in 2005 and being disgusted.
So he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room. And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
Yeah.
And he opens the doors and there's a massage table in the middle of the room. And candles all around and stuff. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 step.
We heard that lie. Let's go for it.
Remained in contact well past 2005, as recently as 2018. One email with Epstein scheduled from May 1st, 2011 shows
2018, still waiting to hear back from Nick Rubis regarding 11 a.m., 9:30 breakfast with Tarji Road Larson omelets. Michael Wolff, Steve Bannon, and Joe. Appointment with Howard Lutnick. Drinks.
A 5 p.m. appointment with Howard Lutnick for drinks. In December 2012, documents show Lutnick and his family planned to visit Epstein's private island. At the end of that month, Epstein and Lutnick both invested in the same business. Their signatures are seen here on legal documents. And again, some of these Epstein-Lutnick interactions came years after Epstein first pled guilty to sex crimes in 2008.
What questions do you have about Lutnick's ties to Epstein, and should he come before Congress and testify?
No, he should just resign. I mean, there are 3 people in Great Britain that have resigned in politics. The ambassador from Great Britain to the United States. The prince lost his title for less than what we've seen Howard Lutnick lie about. Look, Howard Lutnick clearly went to the island, if we believe what's in these files. He was in business with Jeffrey Epstein. And this was many years after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, lightly sentenced, but was convicted for sexual crimes. So he's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone.
Howard Lutnick acknowledges that Jeffrey Epstein had videos of nearly everything that happened in Epstein's mansions. And Lutnick says he believes Epstein used the incriminating material to extort and blackmail people.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever. Blackmailed people. That's how he had money. So
what happened to those videos? Why is there now such a dearth of information when, Donald Trump's people are running the FBI and the DOJ?
I assume way back when they traded those videos in exchange for him getting that 18-month sentence, which allowed him to have visits and be out of jail. I mean, he's a serial sex offender. How could he get 18 months and be able to go to his office during the day and have visitors?
So, Now, sit up here and listen to what this man is saying. He's trying to paint himself into a white corner. I've never had anything else to do with him. Now he's saying that, oh, I think that he traded his incriminating tapes to get time off in jail. So you believe both things, and you believe that he is a disgusting child offender, and you what you're not telling this woman for her audience is that you continue to have relationships with him even in business up and into 2018. This is who your 4547 has chosen to put as your commerce secretary. You know, anyway, the link is in my description box. Uh, do with the information what you choose. I am just giving you the information. Let's get. I really need to get to our economy. I have gone way past our economy talk because there is something. Crypto revolt exposes fragility of Trump's coalition. If you don't know that crypto has crashed. You know the same crypto that 4547 thought that it would be a good idea to prop up our treasury with crypto. So if you think that he's making bad decisions as in regards to his administration and the Epstien files, look at the decisions that he has been making with crypto. I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. Oh, I'm gonna drop this link in the description box under crypto for you. Yes. Hold on 1 second. Okay, this link is in the description box under crypto. Crypto revolts exposes fragility of Trump's coalition. Uh, Trillions of dollars in value have been vaporized from global crypto markets since October, plummeting a ascendant industry championed by 4547 into a new bout of turmoil. Why it matters. Crypto joins a growing list of MAGA coalition partners, from Epstein focused populists to farmers to Latino men, now questioning whether Trump's return to power has delivered what they were promised. So what they're saying is he has not delivered on anything, from the Epstein files being released, from farmers getting relief, from Latino men being able to trust their vote in him. He has fallen short on all of his promises. So the hyper online, male dominated crypto space embraced Trump's vision for a crypto golden age, tying its fortunes to his presidency as prices surged and confidence soared through much of his first year in office. Many crypto leaders swallowed their discomfort last year after 4547 branded meme coins generated massive profits for insiders and left retail traders holding tokens that plummeted in value. So the people who got in on his meme coin, who were privately invited to his meme coin, and they bought up all that they wanted to make a sucker like the average man think that they were gonna get rich off the meme coin. They pulled the rug from under Trump's meme coin. They raided the bank. They got all of the value that they could out of it, and left the regular guy standing with devalued crypto. That's what happened. Ethical concerns deepen. Okay, wait a minute. Trump branded meme coins generated massive profits for insiders and left retail traders holding tokens that plummeted in value. Ethical concerns deepened as the 4545 family's crypto venture raked in hundreds of millions, including through a secret investment by an Emirati royal who was lobbying the U.S. government for access to those valuable AI chips. Those conflicts were largely waved off amid a steady stream of pro-crypto signals from Trump, including the creation of a strategic Bitcoin reserve and vows to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world. But industry-friendly crypto legislation has stalled, in part because the White House rejected Democrats' demand to limit the Trump family's crypto profiteering. Then came this week's crash. So they wouldn't let that no regulation that they talk about. We're not gonna have with no regulation. All that no regulation. So they wouldn't let the Democrats put in any regulation. And how does that help you and how you live your life? Well, the billionaires have already gotten their their cut of the pie. They have already profited. His family has already profited. Where does that leave the regular American person? I don't know. Then came this week's crash, which saw Bitcoin erase all gains since Trump's election, going from $70,000 when he won to over $125,000 late last year, and now back below 70,000 again. Reports that a wallet associated with the Trump family business sold millions of dollars worth of crypto only deepened the anger. What they're saying, despite multiple factors driving Bitcoin downturn, the president once held as crypto's greatest ally has now become one of its most visible scapegoats. Trump was a reason for me to believe in Bitcoin going to a 300K. At the end, he was bad for crypto. Big mistake to have him as president, tweeted crypto influencer Carl Runfeld. Oh, well. But you thought you was just gonna be the only one who make money? You think that this crypto shit is set up to have you make money? Other major accounts posted self-deprecating memes, with one writing, "When Trump said we wouldn't have to pay taxes on crypto gains, I didn't realize he was removing the gains. You're not going to have gains to pay tax on." I voted for the first time in 2024 as a single issue voter. Crypto president, how can I not vote for that? Sounds great. Not even a year later, and he has destroyed the single issue I cared about. Fuck you, Trump. Okay, well, there you go. That was your vote, and that's what you got for only caring about a single issue. From somebody who is on the crypto bandwagon after he is appointed. They pointed out how much him and his family can get rich from it. Donald Trump previously held the viewpoint that crypto was a scam, but when they told him how much he could profit from it, then he starts scamming you. Okay. The other side, there is no clear sign yet that the crypto revolt would carry into election, particularly with industry PACs gearing up to spend heavily in support of Republicans. Crypto influencers expressing outrage Thursday after a top Democrat account appeared to mock the Bitcoin crash as a blow to Trump and his supporters. Neither the president nor his family has ever engaged or will ever engage in conflicts of interest, White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt said in a statement. So all of the money that they made off of Bitcoin, that's not a conflict of interest. Just trust Caroline Levitt. President 4547 proudly made the United States the crypto capital of the world through executive action, supporting legislations like the Genius Act and other common sense policies to drive innovation and economic opportunity for all Americans. The big picture, the backlash captures a deeper problem for Trump. Niche for Trump. Niche and newly mobilized constituents he courted in 2024 are growing disillusioned with his presidency. Okay. Podcast populists, the Trump administration handling of the Epstien files and aggressive immigration enforcement and alienated some anti-establishment podcasters who helped shape his appeal to young men in 2024, including Joe Rogan and comedian Andrew Schultz. So what? Okay, non-white voters, Trump supporters among Black and Latino Americans has slipped since he made major gains in 2014 at a cost of living pressure as cost of living pressures continue to weigh heavily on these communities. Farmers, even after Trump rolled out a $12 billion bridge payment to offset tariffs-related losses, agriculture leaders warned this week a potential widespread collapse if Congress fails to act. Okay, so gun owners are upset because they said that Alex Petty, who was legally carrying a firearm when he was killed by federal immigration agents, has dismayed some Second Amendment advocates, anti-abortion activists. The FDA approval of genetic version of the abortion pill, misoprostol, along with Trump's call for Republicans to be flexible on federal abortion funding, has angered key pro-life leaders. Iran hawks foreign policy headliners. Diaspora groups want Trump to follow through on his promise to help Iranian protesters topple the regime, frustrated that he had opted for now to pursue diplomacy. The bottom line, the Trump polling troubles reflect not one backlash, but many. At the heart of the slump are the very issue that powered his 2024 win: affordability and immigration. So I'm gonna drop that in the description box, and I really want to get on more things that are going on with this Trump economy that is not being highlighted by our for-profit media. I think that is very important that we are up on this information. Let me share this with you. Okay. Let me share the economy. The things that I want to share about the economy. Let me share this with you. Here we go.
Have you checked your crypto lately? I mean, it is absolutely bottoming out right now. As of Friday morning, it's hovering just over 60,000. The end of January, it was at 80K. At the end of October, it was at an all-time high of $127,000. I mean, it has lost half of its value in just a couple of months. And that is shocking. And I'm going to tell you exactly why Trump is behind most of it. I'm Josh, filling in for the David Pakman Show. You can catch me on Ring of Fire doing content on the weekends, youtube.com/The Ring of Fire. And we have to ask, why is crypto crashing out right now? And there's a lot that goes into the market of crypto. Gold, silver, all of that plays a role. But a lot of the issue stems directly from the Trump administration. And there's four things at play here. First of all, it is extremely hard to convince investors that we are in a have someone like Trump alienating every ally out there, talking tough on you. That's not good for the economy. And especially since we're always a Truth Social rant away from ramping up military tension somewhere along the globe. That instability also comes from the will he or will he tariffs, the taco plan, the Trump always chickens out philosophy. Threatening a tariff, pulling it back, threatening it again. It leaves markets absolutely nervous. There's no way you can do business if you have no idea what doing business is going to cost. And of course, I've got to reiterate, the tariffs are largely paid by consumers. We know that over 90% of the tariffs are paid for by us, the consumers, the American consumers. That's not good for consumer confidence. And look, Trump is nowhere near a free market politician at all. This is an unstable man, an unstable leader that insists on meddling in the market. It's just a recipe for disaster. And we're just now finding out yesterday, job growth is having a ton to do with this. The worst January since 2009. And this is something I'm going to cover in just a few minutes in the next topic. But layoffs are surging. So markets are panicking. And now Trump is pushing for Kevin Warsh to succeed Jerome Powell. And we've seen the Jerome Powell videos and Trump making comments about him. He's tapping Kevin Warsh now to replace Jerome Powell as the Fed chair. And look, Warsh is known as overall pretty crypto friendly. But in practice, he's extremely pragmatic when it comes to monetary policy. He wants a tighter grip, just like Donald Trump does. And that is diametrically opposed. The philosophy of most crypto investors. They want the wild, wild west. They want a pure free market. So because crypto has a smaller market cap and it's a tinier piece of the overall market, it's more volatile and it's more susceptible to the changes that you're seeing with Donald Trump's instability, the changes at the Fed, the job reports, all of that are making crypto crash. But we're actually already starting to see the overall market follow along. Crypto can be an indicator on how the overall market is going. And we're going to keep an eye on that over the weekend and see how things open up on Monday.
Okay, so once crypto crashes, they will have to start printing money again because China has already stopped. China has already stopped investing in stockpiling the buying bonds so they can have the American dollar on hand because they don't need the American dollar anymore. They have BRICS and they see how volatile that this administration is handling the economy, and they are not buying bonds. Other countries are not buying U.S. bonds, that the U.S. would usually have to pay back with interest. They don't even want the dollar anymore because they are poo-pooing on the dollar. They said, give us something with some real value, and that would not be the U.S. dollar. And you see the job markets, the layoffs that are going on as this motherfucker is walking around talking about the golden age. There's no golden age. The America is in decline, a rapid decline. Let me let's talk about how he is losing control over the economy. These are some videos you may be interested in, you may not be interested in. The links are in my description box under crypto. Let me play this for you. Let's get into this video.
Your and my favorite Treasury Secretary.
I'm going to put these under economy. The last video and this video, it will be under economy.
We spent the week getting alternately works on Capitol Hill. So all that and more on this week's Macro Take, only for the Midas Touch. Somebody call a doctor because there's blood all over Capitol Hill. That's right, your and my favorite Treasury Secretary spent the week getting alternately bodied and boosted by Democrats and Republicans, respectively, first in the House and then in the Senate. So you might think that this is my focus today, but honestly, these committee hearings have become parodies of themselves, with members showing up to get their viral clips in before they
take questions, because I think it would be useless. But I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, we've had some very good hearings recently. This was not one of them. This is not your finest day, and it's too bad, because I think you're a very competent person. I disagree with some of your policies, but you're a very competent person. The president has put in some people in very important places that are sort of caricatures of incompetence. That's not you. Today was not your finest day. And with that, I yield back.
This whole thing is just tawdry because at this point, the administration is just steamrolling over the American people and only responding to the markets. So let's address what was going on in the real world outside of this kabuki theater. Labor is our top story today, but there was movement in the stock market with the earnings season upon us for the big tech companies. And it provides a salient backdrop to what we're going to talk about.
Here's something most
I apologize for the commercial.
Older your car, the cheaper your insurance should be.
When it comes to jobs.
Anthropic, it accelerated the sell-off in software stocks after it rolled out that new AI automation tool. I mean, the numbers are gargantuan. I think it's something like $2 trillion has been wiped off that Goldman Sachs software index more broadly since its highs.
So yeah, there was a massive sell-off of software stocks for a couple of reasons that might seem incongruous, but it makes sense if you zoom out a bit. So the big SaaS companies, or software as a service, got absolutely hammered for two reasons. The first was the release of Anthropic models in the legal and the financial sectors that sent shockwaves through the market because the models are finally beginning to demonstrate some level of capability in sector-specific disciplines that many interpret as the beginning of the end of the entry-level job. So with just a few prompts, Anthropic's models appear to be able to complete complex clerical tasks with a lot, far greater ease than some of the prior releases. So
okay, so they're making good on eliminating jobs, especially entry-level jobs. So there is that.
Think about college-age entry-level roles that might be potentially disrupted. And this had the unintended consequence of hammering the software stocks because these coding models also have the ability to kind of mimic some of the more popular platforms out there like Salesforce and Monday.com. Although I would argue that this is a complete overreaction, there's no question that these AI tools are going to increase productivity, but they're light years away from being able to displace SaaS platforms. But that's for another day. This sell-off, though, impacted more than just the software industry. And this is where it starts to bleed out and be important. The private credit market also took a beating because many of these shadow credit giants that we've spent a lot of time talking about are heavily weighted towards software investments. So any degradation in this sector has a ripple effect that we don't really see on the headline numbers. Now, the other phenomenon that had market observers scratching their heads was an initial sell-off of the big tech companies who basically beat all their earnings projections. So the reason for the sell-off, although many of the names have since recovered, was a reaction to these announcements of capital expenditures, or CapEx, toward data centers and AI research. So companies like Meta, Alphabet, and Amazon all announced greater than expected projections for CapEx in 2026, bringing the total investment among these companies to around $650 billion for 2026 alone. So in prior years, these announcements tended to boost stock prices and boost optimism surrounding AI. But all of a sudden, the market seems to have cooled on this idea heading into 2026. And I think there's two forces at play here. Now, the first we can address now, and the second will make a little more sense when we get into the labor story, so tuck that one away for now. So the reason the market is jittery about this concentration of capital is the growing realization that our economy is so dependent on the promise of AI, but has yet to realize the benefits of it. So this is a dicey area that I want to spend a minute talking through so that we get an idea of the internal struggles that are going on behind the scenes of the administration, but also on Wall Street. So you have this administration claiming that GDP growth is robust at over 4% in the third quarter and predictions that it's going to be closer to 5% for Q4. But there's enough research out there to inform us that this figure would be close to 0 if not for CapEx into AI, and even more research out there that suggests that the areas of growth that we are experiencing are actually indicators of an economy in decline because they're for healthcare, for an aging population, government spending, and stock market returns. These are all contributors to GDP, sure, but they don't necessarily reflect a healthy economy. So the fact that these companies are doubling and tripling down on investments designed to increase productivity is beginning to cause some serious alarm. See, productivity is defined as doing more.
Productivity, it means job cuts. The more they're concentrating on this productivity and making you believe that these corporations having so much productivity is going to benefit you, it's not.
With less. And in this case, the less is us, it's people. So the market is catching on to this quandary that the AI race, if it succeeds, means that we don't need as many people in the labor force. And if it loses, then we've just flushed trillions of dollars down the drain. So this is one of the reasons that Democrats were justifiably agitated during Bessent's hearings, if you caught any of them. Because beyond the performative outbursts for the viral social clips, if you want to grow an economy beyond healthcare, beyond government spending and stock market gains, you need the so-called real economy to come along for the ride. But areas like travel and tourism and manufacturing that contribute to GDP and real wages are down because of Trump's behavior. So think about this for a second. The dollar is down 10% since Trump took office. And it's a deliberate policy move on the part of the administration to debase the dollar to boost tourism and manufacturing. And yet, we lost 70,000 manufacturing jobs in 2025 alone. And according to the Financial Times, travel to the United States from outside of the United States dropped 4.2% in 2025, a $50 billion loss in tourism spending. Why? Well, on the manufacturing front, we've talked about this before, we don't have an industrial policy. And the administration's actions are so erratic that no one wants to invest new capital in anything related to manufacturing. Now, changes to the depreciation and amortization in the tax code have allowed for existing manufacturers to invest in upgrading equipment, but no one wants to invest in building something totally net new, knowing that the president might start a war with an ally or impose a 100% tariff on a supplier or just call the whole thing off. So despite this dip in the dollar, we can't spur new investments into manufacturing. And even though global tourism was through the roof last year and the dollar decline technically made the U.S. more attractive than ever,
we wound up as the outlier with a substantial decline in tourism. Now, taking a deep breath, I know it's a lot to ask to sort of keep this all in your mind as we head into the next section, but all of this is important to bear in mind as we contextualize the labor data that just came out.
I'm completely shocked after watching this interview to see a scientist finally explain the human condition.
I'm going to play a couple of Bloomberg clips on a guy named Rick Reeder to kind of kick things off and set the table. Now, Reeder is arguably the most important bond trader in the world because he manages a $2.5 trillion portfolio of fixed income for BlackRock. Now, you might recognize his name as one of the dark horse candidates for Fed chair before Kevin Warsh was selected, but his prior support for increasing corporate taxes and some Democratic political donations probably sunk him.
And don't forget that BlackRock holds a lot of your money. Definitely a lot of 401k money, a lot of your pension money. BlackRock is in control of a large sum of money in the United States.
Anyway, let's take a listen to what he says here before I dig into the numbers. And I highlighted a couple of clips for you, so we'll just run them all together.
Well, so first of all, it hasn't been Jobs Day in a number of months anyway, because we're not getting any of those. So I think the last 3 months we've had negative. We had a government shutdown, but you still had negative jobs. You look at what we got yesterday. Look at the JOLTS report. You look at the Challenger job cuts. You look at the claims data. You look at the ISM services in terms of jobs. There's no ambiguity around where we are in the jobs market. We're having a really tough time. We're watching productivity explode higher in terms of growth being really good, but a job market that's really tricky. You've got an economy that's operating incredibly well, but only on a couple or three cylinders. Today, you've got, like you pointed out, you've got capex that is robust and will continue. You've got consumption that is robust, but it's driven by wealthier, older savers, and it's part of why the interest rate tool is not nearly as effective as it used to be, because that cohort is doing extremely well. Where the burden today is in terms of low income, small business, younger people. It's actually is an economy that's more asset-oriented than labor-oriented, and that cohort, I don't want to understate this. We have a problem too, is we need to employ more people. We like EM a lot, and the dollar will stay contained, and so EM, the yield differential between EM and high yield, is as good as it's ever been. Okay, so if you work in equities on Wall Street, you're probably going to be a little offended by what I'm about to say, but here's the thing about bond traders and fixed income investors. It's not the sexy part of Wall Street, but these guys have to follow macroeconomic trends and see the bigger picture. They're not stock pickers. They don't fall for hype. And in the world of finance, you have clowns like Jim Cramer on one side, but the grown-ups live in fixed income on the other side. And I'm sorry if that is offensive to anybody, but fixed income is orders of magnitude way bigger than the stock market. So Reeder is hitting the nail on the head here, that our economy is doing well if all you're concerned with is GDP growth for the sake of growth, capital going to capital. But it's interesting that he's most bullish on emerging markets. And that's because of our dollar weakness, for sure, but also because of a structural issue with a mature economy like the United States. See, this incessant focus on productivity, like we said before, doing more with less, is good for earnings and growth of big multinational corporations, but it comes directly at the expense of our working class. Now, the administration will poo-poo this argument, saying that if the working class was doing so poorly, then why is consumption up? But Reeder correctly identifies that it's up because the upper end of the economy is doing most of the consumption. And to the extent that the middle and lower classes are participating, it's largely on credit. And that's a bad sign. But it also explains why he would be investing in emerging markets, because that's where the consumption gains are ultimately going to be made. Now, the Trump administration has defended its working class bona fides by bragging about things like passing no tax on overtime and no tax on tips. But let's think about that before we look into more numbers here. The no tax on overtime provision was for the half of the time and a half. So it really only applies to 1/3 of overtime. That's just a fact.
But let's give them their due and say that it's better than nothing. The rub about having a policy that revolves around only two ideas, though, a weak dollar and CapEx into AI, is that a weaker dollar means that it buys less, not more. And that's inflation. Inflation that disproportionately impacts lower and middle income wage earners. And productivity gains from investments into AI are designed to limit the number of hours spent working, which is why we're already seeing a decline in the hours worked, as you can see here. So thanks for nothing. And no tax on tips is awesome if hospitality.
So you're not going to be getting any overtime because everything is about productivity, and AI is stepping up on productivity. They don't need you to do any overtime. See how that works?
Is booming, but only high-end dining is booming. And the administration has murdered tourism. So again, thanks for nothing. Labor is the biggest.
No tax on tips. But no one's getting any tips in this economy.
Casualty in the Trump economy. And the numbers this week did nothing to deflect from this reality. So while the big non-farm data will have to wait until next week due to the shutdown delay, we have enough from private sources to paint a pretty ugly picture. So as a benchmark, let's start with the wrap to 2025 from Challenge.
Okay, so go over and check this out. It's in my description box under the economy. I have one more to share with you. Go over there and check out how this story is set up to end. I have one more I want to share with you, though. Before I leave, I have to get out and walk my dog. This is from 13 hours ago. I want to share this one with you as well. This is also about the economy. Let me share this with you real quick. Tucker Carlson gets a stark warning about the economy. Let's dive into this.
So where are we now, given the 5 factors that you outlined? Where is the United States, or even really the West, will include Europe, in this very familiar cycle of rise and fall?
The United States is the strongest power, which has been in relative decline. So we are at what I would call stage 5 in a 6-stage cycle. The 6th stage is when there's a breaking down of these orders. We're not there yet, but we are close to there and headed in that type of direction.
Goody. Really looking forward to that. Well, President Donald Trump has just nominated a new chair for the Federal Reserve. And in order to understand whether this individual would, foster an economy favorable to working class Americans, I really do think it is worth hearing from Ray Dalio's recent discussion on monetary policy, because that's what the Fed deals with, monetary policy. Now, Dalio, who's a billionaire hedge fund manager, explains that the United States is on the brink of a real crisis. Take a look.
What is an SOP? So here's a
One
misconception.
second.
A lot of people think an SOP is just a boring manual that nobody ever reads. So that's not true.
What does a breakdown look like? What does stage 6 look like?
Well, from the monetary point of view, it is that the demand for the reserve currency is not sufficient to meet the supply. You are seeing a movement by central banks and countries to hold gold as an alternative reserve currency, partially because of that supply-demand situation, and partially because they worry that there may be a payments problem.
So in other words, other countries perceive a risk in holding dollars because, for lots of reasons, but one of them is, like, if the United States government at the time doesn't like you, they can grab your dollars.
That's right.
So it's not worth it.
Right. And it's a risk that both the debtor and the creditor have to each other.
So in this portion of the discussion, Tucker and Dalio are talking about two different things that are relevant, right? So on one hand, they in the very end there, they were discussing the US sanctioning a country that holds US dollars. And when that happens, they lose access to those US dollars.
And that is one of the main reasons why the BRICS were created, because they did not want to stockpile the dollar. For instances, if the United States want to put a sanction on you and they freeze all of your money in the I think it's the World Bank that is in DC. I think it's the World Bank. They are unable to do that because the BRICS, they trade with each other and they use their own country's money. That's why all of these other nations are saving in gold and silver. And that's why they're not buying these U.S. bonds as well.
And so other countries on the international stage might be wary of holding US dollars, knowing that the US at any moment can just decide to sanction you and deprive you of those resources. There's another thing happening, though, at the same time. Now, when we talk about the US being in debt, what does that mean? Well, you have other countries or investors, for instance, buying US debt through treasury bonds. That's what treasury bonds are. So when you're buying US bonds, you're providing liquidity to the federal government, which it could then use for whatever reason. But the US is supposed to pay you back with interest, okay? So if you guys have been paying attention to some of the credit rating related news when it comes to the US economy, you'll notice that we've been dinged in the Moody's credit rating, for instance, and it's because of
the credit rating of the United States has gone down one rating under Moody's because our economic frame up is really fucked up. So it has been dinged, as in it has dropped a rating in Moody's.
The volume of debt the United States has accumulated, over $38 trillion at this point. So that makes investors a little bit scared to buy US bonds because they're worried that maybe we're getting to a point where the US can't be trusted to pay back. Okay, so there's that fear as well. So you are seeing this trend now where various countries, various investors, instead of investing in the US dollar, they're investing in gold or silver. Okay, that's been a big story. So when we talk about the Federal Reserve printing money, Dalio is about to outline exactly what we mean by that. So take a look.
The United States can feel vulnerable if they can't sell enough of those bonds to others, and that if the demand isn't, because then interest rates would have to rise because of the supply demand, too much supply relative to demand.
To make it more appealing to buyers.
Yes, and also to cut the demand for credit. In other words, if the price rise, then people will borrow less and so on. And that then has the effect of mechanically slowing down the economy. That produces that result, then what happens is then the central bank comes in and it prints money and it buys the debt, which depreciates the currency.
So if
the central bank, I said the World Bank, I meant the central bank.
Foreign countries don't want to buy your debt and your central bank decides we're going to print more money and buy our own debt with it, which is what we're doing, wouldn't the people doing that stop and say, wait a second, this sounds like an electric windmill. Like, what are we doing here? This sounds crazy.
They're stuck. They're stuck.
It is an electric windmill. It is
They're stuck.
Electric windmill. The people are stuck. But the billionaires are continuing to make billions and billions of dollars in this administration. So therefore, they are unaffected by being stuck. being stuck is not going to harm them. They're not going to lose anything by being stuck because they're stuck continuing to make billions of dollars. The very rich, the very few are not going to feel the pain at all. So why would they change anything? The American people does not mean anything to this current administration. So do with that what you choose.
So the monetary policy that they're talking about is specifically referred to as quantitative easing. And quantitative easing is a Federal Reserve policy that was implemented on steroids following the 2008 economic crisis.
Housing crisis.
So the balance sheet for the Federal Reserve really exploded during that time, and it distorted the market. So there are consequences when the Fed prints money, okay? Obviously, it devalues the dollar. And Dalio is about to explain that and more in this next clip. So just take a quick listen and understand how royally effed we are.
And then the central bank buys that. And then the central bank, now it owns all these treasuries. And then the central bank starts losing money because they own the treasuries. And then they're going up. So they have to produce the money and credit to keep that rate down, and they lose more and more money. And that dynamic then doesn't stop the change in the capital flows. That's why and then traditionally in all of these cases, you see a move to the hard money, the move to gold, okay, as we're seeing. You see that dynamic in terms of that move to gold. And then it starts to run its course. So it's very much like, think about what happened from 71 through the 70s, produces more stagflation.
You know that moment right before you launch something new, that pit in your stomach? I remember when I started TYT, I thought to myself, what if no one watches? What if we run out of money tomorrow? It was
not about you.
Still think about that every once in a while, but you push through, and having the right tools makes all the difference. Like when we launched Shop TYT, Shopify was a lifesaver. We used
or the devaluation of money problem becomes such that the central bank then tightens money,
right,
and so on. And
the Volcker years.
The Volcker years, 1979, 80, 81, 82, right? So the pendulum swings.
So the pendulum swings. These cycles seem to be happening more frequently. And, you have stagflation, the devaluation of the dollar, and then the tightening of credit. That's what we have to look forward to, especially if you're a working class American. This is not the type of cycle that you benefit from, I think, needless to say.
Hey, but the rich get their tax cuts. We can all breathe easy because we are passing big bloated bills that give billionaires more tax cuts and are making these tax cuts on these billionaire permanent. So this is also in my description box. It's under the economy. Please avail yourself to all of the links that I've shared with you, and I'll go over and watch some of these channels. You will find information that you don't find in for-profit media that you may learn from, you may grow from, and you may develop a different understanding about what is going on in the world that we are living in today in the United States of America. So I appreciate you all coming out. Please hit the like button on your way out. I failed to listen to Dalio and the organization he represents to buy gold 3 years ago. They were right, and gold is going through the roof. I've been talking about this for quite some time. Before the election, when I started talking about the BRICS and how the BRICS, instead of stockpiling the dollar, they are stockpiling gold because this has been on the horizon for quite a while. I've known about it for at least a year and a half. So you are absolutely right. So each one teach one. I'm just here to give you information on things that you know that is not talked about a lot in our media, and I think I want to welcome you all to the channel. If you enjoyed the information, go to my description box. All of the links that I've shared are in the description box, and go visit those channels as well. And thank you, Very Carey, my mod. Thank you all for being here. If you like the information, please give me a thumbs up, and please comment under the video after the video is done. I appreciate your help in doing so, and I hope you guys have a wonderful remainder of your week. I'm sure I forgot to mention something. Let me see. Hold on. I am sure I forgot to mention. Okay. Well, if I forgot to mention it, there's always tomorrow. All right, guys. Have a wonderful remainder of your day. I'm out of here. Bye bye.